Welcome everyone, and happy Boise Entrepreneur Week to you. Thanks for joining us live here at the View Studios in beautiful downtown Boise at Trailhead Boise. I am honored to be your host for today, and we have brought in none other than our very own Mayor Laura McLean to help us kick off the festivities. Welcome to the show.
Well, thank you, and welcome everybody back to Entrepreneur Week. It's great that we're launching this. Wish we were all in person, but really happy that everybody's able to join remotely.
Yeah, it sounds like a song we sang last year too. Here we are singing the same
Although
song.
this is so much more set up than last year. So.
Let's say last year was on your turf.
Yes.
All kidding aside, I'm so happy you took the time to join us today. Obviously, Boise Entrepreneur Week could not happen without the city's support, without your support. And I really wanted to spend some time with you, preferably not talking about the pandemic.
Yeah.
And so, you know, the last few interviews I've heard of you, you've always been asked, what is it like to be a new mayor during the pandemic? So I took a cue. I'm not going to ask you that. Instead, I want to know from you, what is it like to be the mayor of arguably the coolest city in America?
Oh, I love the reframing of that question, Tim. It's a great one. I'm going to say, just as it's like to be mayor during the pandemic, it's first an incredible honor. It really, really is. And it's super cool. And I'm not doing this work because it's cool, but I agree that we have the coolest city in our country with incredible opportunity because of the great people that we have here who are so creative and committed to Boise. And to get to work every day with my team and residents across the city on this place that we all love is just super, super cool.
Place that we all love. Now, you and I both were transplants to Boise. We did talk about that last time too. Certainly a place I learned to love. And let me pick up on something there. You've been talking about the Boise Way. I've heard you mention it in your State of the City address last month in September. And you know, as someone who actively helps newcomers get onboarded into our entrepreneurial ecosystem, as we call it, I can relate to that. And when you talked about the Boise Way, there were a few things that really resonated with me. But I don't want to speak for you. Tell me about the Boise Way.
Sure. And first I want to say too that Boise's the first place in my life that I chose. I bought my first home here, came as a newlywed right out of college. I got my graduate degree here, had my kids here. And it was through making this my home after moving around as a kid and choosing this and then getting to know Boise people and seeing how we all come together with great ideas and are willing to try them, no matter how hard they are, in a pursuit of strengthening the community that we love and building the economy we need to thrive, and then taking care of each other. And that over my early years here as a young mom, building community, working to protect our open space, I really came to understand, and it's what made me want to be involved in our community and what makes this place so special.
Speaking of that, in terms of helping one another and being a mom, I've also heard you mention that your husband's been working from above the garage for quite some time.
Oh my goodness, for so long now.
And you are obviously a very a busy woman, and so I assume he's helping out at home with the kiddos. How has that been for the mayor of Boise? I mean, we've all now have worked from home for quite some time.
Yeah, you know, I worked from home when the governor had the stay-home order in effect, and it was so weird because you were at City Hall right before that, and came in and we, you know, in my office, not quite set up, we had this conversation. And then when the stay-home order was issued, I went home too. And we had a desk and a computer delivered, and I set up in our study. And I had people, because I was on Facebook every day giving COVID updates, people asking like, what's that little door behind you? Because I have this tiny door to a basement. My daughter was working, you know, doing college right above me, and she'd send notes on paper down out through the window. Aiden was in his room doing his work, and he'd come running down. And then Scott has worked from home. He's at truckstop.com and has worked from home since early March, actually. So we had a time when we were all there. And then we had a time when Madeline went back to school and I went back to work, and it was Scott and Aiden. And now it's Scott. I'm still working remotely, as most of truckstop.com is. And he's helped a ton. He really has. I'm lucky because my kids are older, and so we've really done this together. in so many ways. But when I see, especially the struggles of my employees with younger kids, as they're juggling a parent working at home, kids were home, somebody coming into City Hall to do her job or his job, it's a lot of work right now. And again, I see that so many people are making it possible because of the support they have in their families, and importantly, the supports they have in the community.
Speaking of community and support systems, so in this world of us mostly being at home and coming out and then going back home again, how do we go about turning newcomers into neighbors? That's a phrase that you use, and that really resonated with me. What are some of the examples that you've seen lately?
Well, and this, I'd say, goes back to what, I gave the name the Boise Way as I talked about it. And to write that speech, I'd actually done a lot of research on the history of Boise, and I saw this over and over and over again, that you come here as a newcomer, people wrap their arms around you, you become a neighbor immediately. I see that in my own block, as we've struggled throughout the pandemic with different issues, the neighbors show up to take care of you, to check in on your kids, et cetera. I've seen it in the business community and the tech community and entrepreneurial community. People are struggling, others show up. Here at Trailhead, you have the same thing happening where you've got new businesses or folks with a new idea, and then they come here and they're surrounded by people that want to help them make a go of it. And I see that happening like in all aspects of life here in Boise, and it's something that I think is grounded in the fact that we choose to be here, we love this place and her people, and there's an intentionality about it. And then I have to, we're so isolated, so in so many ways we've had to go our own way, and so it creates that space to dream up ideas, to do what people say you can't do, to find the people that help you do it. And then through those efforts, you become so ingrained and connected to the community that you're a neighbor.
Two things I want to kind of pull the string on. One, you said history. So for one, when I watched your State of the City address, I was pretty amazed by how little I knew about the history of Boise and how familiar the situation that we are in right now is if you look back on those decades.
Yeah.
And what struck me about that, Mayor McLean, was that your approach was fairly entrepreneurial because you went and studied. You are making decisions in areas where you're not the expert, but you are going to listen to experts and you're going to get the information. It just reminded me of a typical founder, right? Founders face the same ambiguity when they start businesses. And so when we speak about businesses in the business community, from your point of view, I know there have been many successes in terms of partnerships between the city and the business community. So maybe tell us a little bit about what has gone well in those partnerships, but what else can we do as a business community?
Oh, that's a great question because the connection between the business community and the city is incredibly important as we build an economy, as we approach affordable housing, as we approach climate, because the city government can't do it alone. We really need partnership. And we also want to support those businesses that are here, whether they start here or move here, but seek to grow here. And I want to point to a couple of examples. We have a goal around clean electricity and carbon neutrality. And we know that to meet those goals, we're going to need the partnership of Idaho Power, a great local business, in their sourcing of power and creation of power. We're going to need partnership of companies that can provide the tools to be more energy efficient, can help us electrify our fleet, electrify our buildings. We're going to need the partnership of residents to join us in those goals. And by us setting goals that we seek to meet or better break, exceed, on behalf of our residents, we want to do it in a way that also supports the business community. Mm-hmm. And most recently, I had a conversation with a manufacturer who will be opening their Western facility here in January or February. And they pointed to the fact that we have climate goals as a city that made them want to come here. It was a differentiator. Mm. And then we actually had a conversation about our goals for clean electricity, which means they then will be able to say to their customers that they have clean electricity. Our goal is to figure out a source for what would otherwise go in the landfill that could potentially help them build product. So I think
that's amazing.
There's a lot of opportunities to experiment between and with the business community and our local government to meet these goals that we have, which ultimately will build a strong economy.
Climate goals typically are viewed as a barrier to business because people associate climate goals with cost. But I've seen you drive around in a fully electrical, was it a garbage truck?
Oh, I did drive around in a garbage truck, yes. And I drove an electric school bus, and now there's some electric buses in our fleet too. So I would say this, I mean, for too long, businesses looked at climate and like the steps we need to take both as governments and businesses is too expensive. But now businesses are recognizing that there's risk that they need to mitigate for. Shareholders expect them to do it. Our residents I see as shareholders, and the steps we take will save on their electric bills, on their house costs over time. It'll make a healthier place for us all to live in. So there's a lot of costs that we don't necessarily think of immediately. But then what we've found as a city is that as we electrify our fleet, we're saving money. As we've electrified buildings, like the most recent police station, we're saving money. And so working with Idaho Power, attempting to use as much electricity as we can and create partnerships between businesses that can help us do that is a win-win for everybody.
Very nice. I just wanted to remind the audience that if you want to drop any questions into our Slack channel, it is the live Q&A channel. I'm saying that because we do have a question from the audience, and if I may, let's just turn to it. So the question is, how does Boise cultivate an entrepreneur-friendly ecosystem without alienating longtime residents?
Oh, that's a really interesting question. And I'm going to reflect first on, and we talked a little bit about it, the cycles of Boise history, because as our city has grown at different times, we saw huge growth spurts in the 50s, the 70s, and the 90s, if I remember correctly. And there was this fear, as we're feeling now, that our community would change, that with all of the newcomers coming in, it wouldn't be the same. We knew we needed to build and create businesses and economic opportunity for residents. People brought ideas here. And in all those times of conflict around growth, we got through it. And then, so we got through in the 50s, and then in the 70s, we were worried about what we were going to lose what we had then, which was so different than what we had in the 50s. In the 90s, the same thing happened. And of course, it's happening now. And so it's really important that I think that we recognize that this is a cycle our community is going through because we're such a vibrant community. We have so much to offer. That those that came before us and built the foundation for what's possible now are incredibly important. And it's their legacy that we're growing on and leading from.
Standing on the shoulders of giants,
really.
I'd like to say.
And I'd also say that I think that there's a lot of opportunities, and I've seen it play out. Companies that were founded here 10, 20, 30, 50 years ago, their founding families work so closely with those in our community now trying to start businesses. So I think there's actually a great give and take and a way that we can learn from each other and again create that community that's incredibly important. But we have to recognize who we are and stay focused on people and the place that we love as we move through these moments.
The beeper is obnoxiously telling me that I'm out of time.
Oh, is that what it is? I'm glad it's not my phone.
I have a favorite question that I really wanted to get to, Mayor McLean.
Okay.
What startup would you launch today? I asked you that last time.
I heard you were going to ask me that question again. It makes me so nervous. And then I think, well, maybe I shouldn't share it. But no, I was thinking about it. Right now, at least what I'm experiencing is people have really struggled during the pandemic. We've been separated from each other. There have been financial pressures, family pressures, et cetera, and our city's growing. And I would love if I were to work on something because I think it's incredibly important to empower residents to be engaged. So you find purpose, you create that community, you become a neighbor and committed to the place you love. And as mayor, I've really focused on creating opportunities for residents so I can hear from them to make these tough decisions. So I create an app that allows residents to connect with organizations and volunteer needs and other needs based on the issues they care about that would allow them to share feedback with elected officials on things they care about, and that would also push out questions that I might have or other folks might have on particular issues to crowdsource ideas.
Yeah, I saw some of those initiatives from the city. You have a listening session, maybe a listening website even. But since I'm out of time, and I'm glad we went over because this was a good conversation. It was the first one to kick off BU.
Oh no, now the whole conference is going to be running behind.
You know, the folks that are behind the camera, they're going to work the magic, then they're going to get us back on track. So no worries there. I'll take full responsibility on that one. That said, Coming up next is a talk with Don Day, who interviews Todd Krautkramer from Cradlepoint, talking about Cradlepoint's exit. But before we do that, a word from our sponsors.
We have a unique mindset here.
A mindset that helps us blaze new trails.
It propels us forward.
And it changes lives.
So you.
So we can change the world.
Our partners come to us. They need a true collaborator, somebody who can understand their business as well as understanding their technology needs and problems.
Through technology and by serving our clients, we can help really personalize those experiences for people.
It always comes down to the people and people who can make wise choices, building technology and understanding customer concerns. That's what's gotten us to where we are today, is our team.
Todd Krautkramer with Cradlepoint. Thanks for joining us for Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Hey, thanks, Don. Great to be here. Great to be part of this.
Yeah, we're all getting used to the first year of it being Entrepreneur Week, and I'm trying to remind myself not to say Startup Week, but I think it's going to be lots of good programming, so we're excited to have you here. Cradlepoint's had a big year. We've got some good questions, but just at the top here, tell me what the highlight of the last year's been.
Well, Don, and October 31st, Halloween Eve, is the 1-year anniversary of Ericsson's acquisition of Cradlepoint for $1.1 billion. Now, being a Silicon Valley guy, that's what puts you in the, unicorn camp.
Yeah.
Greater than $1 billion valuation. So we're very excited by that. And lots happened, of course, in a year's time. If I were to summarize it, I would say that, the reason they acquired us and they gave us a nice premium was they saw Cradlepoint being the tip of the spear of their Ericsson enterprise strategy. And that still holds true today. So you're starting to see a blend of Cradlepoint talent help lead that out, help architect that. You're starting to see some joint selling in the field. You're starting to see Ericsson have an impact on opening up doors that the Ericsson brand can open up for us. So it's lots of good stuff.
You've got that part of Ericsson logo back there. Tell me how this purchase tell me how the purchase first came about, and how did Cradlepoint arrive at Ericsson as a partner?
Well, it's a good question, and of course, while it seems to the world like this just happened out of the blue, it seldom does. These types of relationships come together over a long period of time. In fact, truth be known, back in the very early days of when Cradlepoint made the shift to our enterprise and started to deliver enterprise class solutions, we actually had an Ericsson modem back when Ericsson was still in the modem business. They're not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
So the relationship even started back then, but it really started in earnest probably 9 months before the acquisition. And I think to play it back now in a more logical sense, Ericsson saw that 5G, this big, great transformation we're in the middle of right now, is different than any G that preceded it. And while 4G revolutionized the consumer internet on our phones, and we all take advantage of that, hailing cabs, electronic tickets when I board planes, ordering food, 5G was really all about business. And to really bring all that value and to give them the ability to fill the troughs that inevitably happen when you sell infrastructure, they saw an enterprise play as relevant. You have to be on both sides of the pipe to make 5G really do all the magic it's capable of doing. We sit on one side of the pipe. That's the enterprise end user side, where we help businesses take advantage of the amazing capabilities of today's cellular networks. They sit on the other side of the pipe. They're the infrastructure that delivers the network. So only stood to reason they had both sides of the pipe and they can innovate in unison. And that's kind of the idea that born the acquisition.
It's been interesting to watch that space, to watch Cradlepoint. I was at a speech you gave about a year ago, or I guess pre-pandemic, maybe 2 years ago, and you talked about the name, and it was actually like a piece of equipment that you put your phone in, and that's where the Cradle and Cradle Point came, and then that whole evolution, and now being part of this larger ecosystem. But it's all this Boise company, and it started in Boise, it's continued in Boise, the talent is here. When Ericsson was weighing out all those factors and trying to figure out, really it's this obviously a whole lot of things that Ericsson was thinking about, but what role did Boise play in that? I'm sure it wasn't the number one or even number two, but in that lineage,
it wasn't.
what role did Boise play?
Obviously, the value proposition of the combined company was number one, and as it should be. But they fell in love with Boise, like I've done, coming from the Silicon Valley, and like all of my peers and executives that have come to Boise or been born in Boise, and the idea of building this great tech company in Boise really became core to the Cradle Point vision and strategy. Ericsson came to appreciate that. They came to really understand what Boise had to offer. And like so many companies that have come here and established a footprint, at the end of the transaction, they were very excited that Boise was part of the equation. And they've grown. It's been almost a year ago. We were 600 employees back then. Today, we're over 1,000. Now, not all happen in Boise, but a good number of them have been hired here in Boise, and they're all part of this Boise-based company. So that's a pretty good testament to their belief in the Boise opportunity.
It's fun to have this conversation for Entrepreneur Week because we can talk about some of the nerdier things. And I was talking about how Boise Dev is a startup, right? I'm probably not headed for $1 billion exit anytime soon, but as Cradle Point looked at its options, obviously ended up in the hands of Ericsson. But were there any other things that folks there thought, boy, this might be an exit, or this might be a path, or what was that thinking like?
Well, Don, I'm a startup guy. I've done 5 of them, 2 went public and 2 been acquired, one of which was acquired twice, which obviously the Cradle Point story. But I tell you what, it may look beautiful and well architected from the outside. Inside, it's not always so clear. But the one thing that George, our CEO, really did well is he never forced us down a particular direction. He's always kept optionality on the table. And what he was always focused on is, I'm going to build a public class company. I'm going to build a company that in all intents and purposes can go public. It has the right metrics, the right growth potential. It's run the right way. It has the right governance and structure. Because in doing that, the highest bar possible, we're going to have every other option on the table. And that was smart. You hear some companies that are built to be bought. And frankly, when you do that, you only have one option. And if that doesn't come to pass, you're kind of left there holding the bag. And I think that was smart on George's part. It's also worth noting, you've been at it 5 years, and we were at it 10. We were at it 10 years from the time we pivoted to the enterprise, which was kind of the beginning of the second wind. The time this transaction happened was just over 10 years. And that seems like a long time. And in fact, our strategy evolved dramatically over that time. But the average time liquidity for a startup today is 7 years. It's not uncommon for startups to go through D, E, F, G rounds of funding before they have a liquidity event. And you put it in that perspective, we're really not that far off track.
So this dovetails for folks who are watching that are in the startup or in the general, I love the more broad nature of Boise Entrepreneur Week, right? Because it's not just, you say startup and people think of like Cradle Point or a tech company or some of the other folks in town, but it's really for all sorts of businesses. For those folks who are earlier on that road, what are some of the key things that Cradle Point did that really helped build that solid outcome?
Well, a couple of things. I mean, first of all, the old model of build to flip really was dependent on a vibrant, almost less than demanding public market. That doesn't exist anymore. You got to build to last. You got to build real companies selling real products, solving real problems for real customers. That's number one. And Cradle Point's always been focused on that. I think probably some of the hallmarks are, number one, the culture we had in the early days, the culture we have today at 1,000 people. Sounds easy, but it's really hard to do. And that culture has been a real touchstone for us employees, but it's also been a real attractant for people. Boise's been great. It's been attractive for a lot of people, but for people that are in the UK that aren't coming to Boise, it's the culture. They want to be part of it. So that's been something hard and takes a lot of work to maintain. The other thing that I'll say, Don, as I think back to what was key to our success, is a good leadership team that works so well together as a good leadership team. Our CEO, George Mulhern's famous for saying that you either are hungry and humble or you will be. And that really defines a leadership team. Smart, accomplished people coming from different backgrounds, but working very well together. And the third point that I'd say is we've always been willing to disrupt ourselves. Sometimes you really get wed to your vision, your model, and you think that that's going to lead you to the promised land. Over 10 years, very seldom does it. So you have to be willing to disrupt yourself, leave your old beliefs behind and embrace new ones based on new data. And in that pivot from consumer to enterprise 10 years ago, there was a whole bunch of little pivots along the way, not the least of which is the shift from hardware plus software plus services to a true subscription model, which happened in January 2018. Ripped the Band-Aid off, company flipped just like a light switch, boom. And that was a record year of revenue for us. But those types of commitment to do what it takes to follow the market, it sounds easy, but it's really hard.
You know, I heard you talk about that before, that switched kind of that almost a SaaS model. I mean, obviously it's not just
100%.
that piece, but that it's a big risk, and people are trying to figure it out, and they're trying to take those next steps. I mean, that could have been the end, right? That could have been like, didn't work, went down the tubes, and on to the next, right?
But that was a bet your company moment.
Yeah. And so, I mean, inside of that sort of bet the company moment, I know you've talked about this before. What are those key things that made it work instead of going the other way?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. One is commitment. Commitment to say, this is what we're doing. We must make it work. It's a bet the company moment. So all hands on deck, everybody on the same page. We actually called the project internally Victor, because to the victor goes the spoils.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we literally, because I own organizational learning, we had training of employees on what is a SaaS-based subscription model. How's it different? So it's all in, number one. Number two is you do your homework. I mean, we hired a outside firm. We did a lot of homework. We did a lot of analysis. So we had a pretty good idea what was involved. We had a pretty good idea what sat on the other side. It wasn't just left for chance. And the third thing is we executed. We not only flipped the switch, but we launched probably more products in that first quarter than ever before in company history. I think it was 4 or 5 new products under the new model during that same period of time. So we all, as a team, executed. And those 3 things, commitment, do your homework, and execution, I think made the difference.
You know, it's interesting to see that and hearing you talk about that bet the company moment. It's easy to say in some hindsight, but people really have to have a lot of guts to do it when you're talking about something that is your baby, and obviously you're all invested. You've been there for for several years now, and
over 5 now.
Yeah, wow. You've seen some pretty big changes there. What for you has been the most fulfilling?
Well, I tell you what's been most, and you would expect me to say this being CMO, but what's been most gratifying is the recognition of the leadership team, and George certainly had a lot to do with this, but recognition that marketing matters and that marketing can make a difference, and that marketing is part of the growth strategy, and to make investments, not align with the best marketing companies, but to make big investments for where Cradlepoint was, to allow us to build a team and build demand capabilities and really tangibly contribute to revenue. That to me obviously was very gratifying. I've been a part of building that, but I couldn't do that without the permission of the leadership team. And there were probably other major moments. I think the launch of our 5G solution. This may surprise you, Don, but 2 years before the rest of us really knew 5G was a thing, Cradlepoint started investing in 5G. We knew that was a moment in time where the market would shift. We knew it was a catalyst, and we invested millions of dollars well ahead of that product curve, which seems so obvious right now.
Right.
Years ago, ahead of the curve, it wasn't so.
Right.
but well, we knew it. And I think to some extent that played the acquisition, to Ericsson, and to a large extent, here we sit today on our second generation of 5G products when most players haven't even launched their first. So that kind of leap in the market is essential.
It's the Gretzky quote that's like, don't chase the puck, skate toward the puck is going.
100%.
And I mean, it seems like
I think we've used that quote internally.
Yeah, honestly, I might have been in your presentation that I saw, and that might be why it's sticking in my head. But that's a big piece, right? Is being able to see that and know that and not get stuck in now, but go to the next thing. Let's talk about Cradlepoint and in Boise some more. I think it's Boise Entrepreneur Week, so I think that's important. But do you think that we'll see similar types of events for companies here in the future? Maybe not $1 billion, but heck, maybe. Do you think we're going to see more of this as we go
possible.
along?
So yes, I do see other companies doing it. I think Boise has a lot of the right stuff right now. But as it relates to this transaction, I belong to a mentoring company of early stage software companies in Minnesota called Mesa, Minnesota Early Emerging Software Advisories. And the whole philosophy is that you got a lot of big companies that grow and they have events, and you got a lot of smart people that ultimately want to go do something again. And you get this kind of regenerative process. And that's vital for growing a community. It's vital for growing entrepreneurs here in Boise, because every great entrepreneur needs to build great teams, need to have great funding, has to have great ideas. It's the combination of all those things that makes a durable company. And you're going to get now a lot of experienced people coming out of Cradlepoint at the right time, kind of giving back into the community, doing it again, and doing it with a lot more experience that lets them get there, perhaps a lot more efficiently with less capital risk than they had before. And that's what makes it all happen.
You've seen, obviously you guys aren't really directly in the fintech space, but you've seen this whole spate of exits and activity with these Boise fintech companies in Count and in Clearwater and even to some degree T-Sheets and Intuit. And now you're starting to see all those like second generation things that are coming out of people who may have been like, I'm on the rocket ship with Count. It got bought out and I'm going to try something else. Do you see some of that maybe in the mobile space? Do you see people going, hey, you know what? This is awesome. I'm going to try something different. Not that you want to let go of a single employee, but do you see more of that? You talked about regenerative.
But over the long term, I do. That's just part of the natural process that happens. And you made a couple points. One is fintech. There's certainly been a center of expertise here. Congratulations to all those companies that have had exits. But Cradlepoint's a network infrastructure company built on cellular. So to have now this other type of tech company have such a great outcome is very important to the diversity of the community. And yes, I do see that there are a lot of very smart people here at Cradlepoint that someday may say, gee, I'm going to try this again with everything that I've learned and maybe do it better next time. And that's really important to keeping a vibrant entrepreneurial community.
Do you think, this is something I think about a lot with these companies, and I remember writing about Cradlepoint last year, and I got the news release, and I did one of these. I don't know if they'll edit me on camera here, but I did one of these where I was like, is that number, am I missing a comma there? And I was like, nope, that's 1.1 billion. But I remember writing about that and thinking, gosh, would this have had the same outcome somewhere else? And you can't tell me definitively, but do you think that it happening here, that long legacy of Albertsons and Orida and Boise Cascade and Morrison Knudsen and all these legacy companies that really Cradlepoint is now a part of, do you think there's something different here?
Well, I do. I mean, I'm a Silicon Valley guy. I've been born and raised here. And I'll have to tell you that once you get out of the hyped space like security and you get into the fundamentals, unicorns aren't that common.
No.
So it really is special. But yeah, I do think it's part of the fabric of the community. It's creating an imprint on the people here. There's an entrepreneurial spirit and a risk-taking spirit, although it's more of a measured risk, and it needs to be. That you're starting to see the support capital show up in town. You're starting to see some of Silicon Valley and Utah come up here and want to invest, and that's part of the mix. So you see a lot of the right stuff, but it starts with good universities that have a understanding of value of the entrepreneurial community, good entrepreneurs that get experience from companies and want to do it again, and then having some of those support services like capital available. When you get that potion together, good things happen. But there's a reason it's happening here, and it's not happening in Kansas, or it's not happening as vibrantly in Minnesota, where I'm from, Minneapolis, or it's not happening in Iowa, or it's not happening in Chicago to the extent that the excitement's here. Because there is that crucible effect of the right people, the right experience, the right motivation, the right risk testing, the right universities, and the right capital. Boise's got it.
And I'm always trying to put my finger on that too. And having grown up here and remembering the days of J.R. Simplot and Joe Albertson rolling around town, and now you've got you've got George and you've got all these other people. And I was talking to somebody with a VC firm here in town. I won't name them, you could figure it out. But he made this point of like, you know what, people here have good work-life balance. I spent a year in the Silicon Valley and I went, there's not a work-life balance here. I mean, it seems like there's all these little X factors that come together and make things work here.
No, that's absolutely true. I think I've been in Silicon Valley, a number of startups, and it can burn you out because there's not that work-life balance. And Boise seemed to figure that out. Give people work-life balance, but also create great things. Have the time to do great innovations. It's a good mix, and it's a sustainable mix, and it's a mix that's more attractive now than it's ever been. And I think that is moving in Boise's favor.
So what excites you about the tech ecosystem here in the next few years? What are you
one
watching?
Thing is the conversation you and I are having is that, there's a lot of places where it's kind of a cottage mentality where I can't share, I can't help anyone else. I need to lock down because what I know is proprietary. And if I let somebody else know, I lose an advantage. It's not that way here in Boise. We have Boise Entrepreneur Week, which is a free sharing, open environment where you're learning from companies that have made it, companies that are aspiring, companies that are growing, all sharing what we know, what we've experienced, what we've seen. That cannot be underrated, how important that is. I often tell people I'm in Silicon Valley, of course, and I can call any company, Facebook, Netflix, I can call my peers anywhere. They'll take my call, they'll spend time with me, we'll talk about what they've learned and how I can learn from them. I feel that same thing here, and I participate in that same thing here. And that's a rare thing. It's not a lockdown cottage community. It is an open, let's all grow this together community.
I always talk about, I like to take a walk on 8th Street during the noon hour a few times a week because you run into people and have those conversations. And that's not possible necessarily in other places where it still is here. And I think that that closeness really does have an impact. I'm going to ask you one more question here. You talked about this growth from 600 people to 1,000 people. By my math, that's more than 50% growth in a year. I know you're the CMO, but I think culture is a big part of marketing, internal and otherwise. How do you keep what's made Cradlepoint special working as you grow?
Well, that's a really important question. First of all, you have to know what makes us special. And we know that our people, and of course our culture, of which defines people define the culture. It's not the other way around. Has been a magic piece of it. So we spend as a management team a lot of time making sure we preserve that culture. So I'll give you a couple of case in point. I mean, George still takes calls with all the new employees and shares with them the story of Cradlepoint and how we've grown everything else. We still every week, every 2 weeks now, have an all hands call that is 500, 600, 700 employees that are coming together for a moment in time just to touch base, share information, share news. These are all part of our culture that we've been able to maintain even as we scale. It's going to get harder, of course, but that's a big part of it. Have people feel like they're a part of it, that they belong, they have a voice, that they have a place where they can come and do their best work, and you're measured on that. that is very alluring right now. And I think it's part of the secret sauce of Cradlepoint, even now at 1,000 employees.
Todd Kramer, CMO of Cradlepoint, we'll leave it there on Boise Entrepreneur Week. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Don. Really enjoyed it.
Hi, Boise Entrepreneur Week, and welcome back to the studio here live at Trailhead. I'm partner at Vinyl and co-chair Nick Krabs of Boise Entrepreneur Week. I'm really excited today to be joined by Chris Jum from Kinetic VC. And you have the distinct honor of being the furthest traveler to come to Boise for this week. So welcome to our beautiful city.
High honor, appreciate it.
Yeah, and so you came from Cincinnati, so
Yep.
Furthest traveler from Cincinnati. So jumping right in, tell me a little bit about you and what you do at Kinetic VC.
Yeah, so Kinetic is an early stage venture capital firm. We do pre-seed, seed deals all across the nation, and my background's in data analytics and high frequency trading.
Okay.
And so what makes us unique kind of plays into that. We've built the first AI bot that sources, analyzes companies, so full process. We use data analytics to analyze companies prior to any sort of human interaction. So we don't look at pitch decks. We don't invest in companies that our AI doesn't like. And you can think about it as just an analyst that any venture fund would have, but instead of them looking at pitch decks and Harvard graduated, 25-year-old, we have a machine that learns over time through all the companies coming through, and he feeds us the deals that he thinks are best. And then we apply a typical venture lens from there, but we look at 10 to 15% of all deals that come through. Wendell is his name.
So I think this is a pretty interesting distinction that for our audience, they should really kind of understand what's unique about Kinetic. So prior to ever having a conversation with a founder that you're potentially going to look at, they go online, they interact with your artificial intelligence, and from there, it kicks out what deals you should be looking at.
Yep.
Wow, that's super interesting. So talk to me a little bit about what an entrepreneur might experience going through that process.
Yeah, so it's we try to make it as quick and founder friendly as possible. So we like to think about it. Most people take a 30 to 60 minute phone call with the venture capital analyst. Mm-hmm. Our process takes 15 to 20 minutes. So we always try to undercut what would the bare minimum bar be for a typical venture fund. But you can go to our website or just a link directly to our process. And currently we have 5 diligence steps. So Wendell's kind of the platform that we train the machine learning based on ultimate outcomes.
So step one. Interact with Wendell.
With Wendell. And really what we're looking for is a mix of team, terms, timing, and technology. So we call it the 4 T's. We build software all around those 4 verticals of diligence. So in our minds, if we can apply data, quantified methods to analyze and score those parts of diligence, which we know are important, then we feel like we're doing a pretty good job. And so we're always building new tech, but currently 5 steps in our process, it takes 15 to 20 minutes.
So and always the question with any kind of new innovation, as you'd say, in the investing market is, what's the performance? So you guys are on Fund 2, right? And talk to me about how big each one of your funds are and if they had a specific thesis in each side of it.
Yep. So this is our first institutional fund.
Okay.
Kinetic had a small angel fund back, started in 2015, 2016. So this is our real first crack at institutional large size fund. So it's a $25 million fund. And it's the first fund where we've used Wendell for screening. So any prior checks, we didn't have the process that we had now.
Okay.
So it's taken 1.5 to 2 years to build the technology, and we've deployed it in market for 2.5 to 3 years.
And I assume because of how you guys are collecting this data, the more people that interact with Wendell trying to get funding from you, the smarter Wendell is getting at understanding what deals to pass along, right?
Yeah, so that's the beauty of it. We've had 6,000 companies go through Wendell, and what we do on the back end is we train the model on outcomes. So real outcomes. Acquisitions versus bankruptcies are typically what we're training on. The tough part about venture and why no one's really done this, while it's really easy in hedge funds and public markets, is the timing on venture deals. From the time you make a seed investment to an ultimate exit, the average timeline is 12 to 14 years.
It's quick.
Yeah, it's super quick. And you can't back test because there's no data, very little data on early stage companies. So we're 3 years into this, and we're starting to get some good outcomes on bankruptcies, because that's typically what happens first, is a startup fails from first funding about 18 months from first funding. And so, of our 6,000 or so companies, we have 800, 900 outcomes, and majority of those are bankruptcies or bad deals in our system. In your system, yeah. So you're getting some of that early data, at least, to be able to understand how to predict a bankruptcy from the... And talk to me a little bit how when a founder, because full disclosure, I went through Wendell myself just to see... I know exactly what you should do at a company.
Yeah, exactly. I had to understand how to fill it out next time, right? But talk to me about how, when you get those reports back from Wendell on what deals you should be looking for, what is the typical makeup that really gets put together that makes you guys have to now take a full look at a deal?
So the majority of it is we have verticals we invest in, but the biggest part of the algorithm and our process is all around the team. So if you ask any venture capitalist or read any article about what matters in startups, venture capital, everyone, most people come back to the team. It's the founders, it's the first key employees, it's culture. So we've built some really cool technology and processes around analyzing people and teams. We've worked on this technology for two and a half years with industrial psychologists out of Xavier. And so we know people that go through, one of the diligence models is called Team Print, and we analyze 10 traits about every person that goes through it. And we know exactly what makes up a great CEO, a great CTO. But the best...
And you're usually doing like the entire founding team, right? Or leadership team in a startup. Because that makeup could be a little different depending on the type of deal that or type of opportunity that you're looking at, right?
Yeah, minimum's 2. So 2 senior, obviously CEO or any founders, but if it's a solo founder, the one key hire, and they don't have to be full-time yet. It's, a lot of this, since we're going early, is contingent upon funding rounds to make key hires. But 2, the more the better, because we do have some analytics in the background that not only measure role fit, but how well the team likely works together and how likely they are to succeed.
Makes sense. Real quick, we have a question from Slack. Thanks for dropping those in Slack. If you're unsure how to do that, go to BoiseEntrepreneurWeek.org, click on the registration button, go through the registration, and you'll get emailed a link to join our community Slack where you can ask live questions during all of our sessions throughout the week. So the question right now is, how is it that venture capitalists who often invest in disruptive technologies haven't disrupted the way they place investments, still doing pitch decks and other antiquated methods?
Oh, that's my favorite question.
Is this a plant? Did you ask someone to ask this question?
I must have. This is a loaded one, but and this is just personal opinion. This isn't, but there's just, when you think about who launches venture capital funds, it's prior founders that have mega exits, or it's really wealthy people from a certain background. There's just a lot of ego and a lot of or it could be someone that had a ton of angel success picking winners. And maybe they did, that's a top decile fund, and it's just ingrained in you that I know best. And you like people that look like you. There's, we talk about all these types of biases that enter the process. Confirmation bias is, if I picked winners in the past, I'll continue to pick them in the future. And it's hard. Coming back to the timeline question, to do this, we're not super confident in what our algorithm's putting out. We feel pretty good and we're on the right direction. But who wants to sign up for a 6 to 8 year project that might be helpful in the future? So those ego and just timelines are probably the 2 that...
And you're trying to weed that out with Wendell a little bit, where you're trying to essentially, pre-vet some of these deals before you then have to take the flawed step of looking at them yourself, right? Which is true of all investment. I know that, the partners at Vinyl, we've certainly looked at a lot of deals the last couple of years and deployed some capital ourselves, and And it is a little bit of a crapshoot. I mean, you're basing that off a handful of things. One is your kind of own expertise and what you know. For us, there's a lot of technology experience, and so we can like apply that lens to the investments or opportunities that we're looking at. But it still is a flawed process, because when you're getting a pitch deck and you're doing, these quick introductions, even if you go through some kind of due diligence, you're really only getting a sense or a flavor of what's happening with that company. And there's a lot of trust that's required to then make investments into that. So, and for you guys, I mean, it's a lot easier to say no than yes, and you should never be afraid of walking away from some of these deals. And so you guys have a nice little buffer there where something is doing some vetting for you prior to you then taking that step, which I think is really cool. So, kind of the big question that I wanted to ask you is, why are you in Boise? What brought you here to have this conversation with us?
Yep. So about a year ago, we had the pleasure of having Killer Creamery come through our process, the local CPG company, and we ended up investing in Killer Creamery. Through that, I met their CEO, Matt Price, and he's done deals and has always been kind of tinkering and venture.
He's not a deal maker at all, is he?
No. He doesn't like deals. But he's actually come out to Cincinnati, I think 3 or 4 separate times, because he loved the process. And we go deep in all the data we're collecting, data dashboards, the why. He challenges us a lot in what we're doing, and so we just love working with people like that, because we don't know everything. And so he's come out, called 4 times, and we had to return the favor, and this was a good venue to do that. So meeting with them, and ideally we invest in a lot more Boise startups. We love ecosystems that have kind of emerging entrepreneurship bubbles, and maybe don't have a ton of investor capital or funds. And so anywhere where there's a lot of good quality startups and a lack of funding, we want to be kind of the presence and the fund people think of when they go to fund.
Yeah. So for any local entrepreneurs who are curious about going through this process right now and getting a start to having an introduction to you, what should they do right now today?
Go to kinetic.ventures and apply for funding.
And apply for funding.
Yeah.
It's that easy.
It's that easy. And you'll get one of the big things that we're working on as a company. We built it in-house and had to spin out our tech, and so we go through all of the same growing pains that any startup would. Building technology is super hard, and it's kind of fun going through that process while we're funding people in the same stage with like closed betas, open betas. But we want to build in actionable feedback, and we've started by, if you take team print the assessment, you get to see your results, like you saw your results, but we're working next few months. Some of the output will be likelihood of success, and they're like, do you want to increase your likelihood of success? Do these three, 4 things. And so
you're hoping to give some feedback to the founders after they fill out the form.
Yep. So ideally in the next few months you can expect that, but you can apply right now.
Awesome. So we have a couple more questions from chat. Does Wendell look at people that as a part of the deal? Usually beyond the product or technology companies invest in people. Can the AI take this into consideration?
Yes. So it doesn't matter industry or technology you're building. What our assessment does is analyzes 10 traits, and we know based on historic performance how teams and people interact. And so yes, team is one of the biggest parts that we try our model on, and it's not specific to technology or industry.
Yeah, and I guess maybe this would be a good kind of moment, because I meant to ask this a little bit earlier, but talk to me about some of that fund thesis on what kind of opportunities you guys are looking at. Because we went in alongside you guys on Killer Creamery, which is a food CPG, which is not a typical vinyl investment. And so talk to me a little bit about what your guys' general thesis is.
Yeah, so it's changed over the years. We've kind of got it much tighter. So we do any pre-seed or seed software, consumer, or fintech deal. So those are our 3 verticals, and we've picked those for a variety of reasons, which we don't have to go into now, but it's a blend of experience, LP base, influence, like through contacts, and so anything within those three verticals that call it a sub $10 to $12 million valuation. So we're probably, in the rounds we participate in, we're one of the first, if
Usually
not
the first,
only, institutional investor.
Very cool. Yeah, and I think it's so important. Something that I kind of talk about a lot here in Boise is there's certainly a lot of regional VC firms that are very comfortable coming in and leading an A, which, I mean, to some extent, who wouldn't, right? Like a company should be pretty vetted at the point where they're going for an A, or there's enough data around what they're doing that it's a lot easier to understand the opportunity. But you guys are writing checks much earlier than that. I mean, you guys might have, talk to me about some of the early investing that you're doing and how either Wendell plays into that or how you guys analyze those opportunities, because early deals are really hard to look at. I mean, sometimes there's pre-revenue, a lot of them are pre-revenue, pre-product. And so how do you really understand if that's an opportunity worth investing in?
I'm glad you said that, because we see the same dynamics across Cincinnati or Kansas City, St. Louis. Like there's lots of Series A funds, but there's very few people playing in the pre-seed, especially pre-seed space, because there's a lack of data, and it's kind of well, I'll just wait. Like there's not super intense competition for the A. I'll pay a little more. So we just see that as a huge opportunity. We
certainly get more value. Investing in companies like that. So if they certainly do win, like your early investment, it's going to look really great on the books, right?
Yeah, and we also we deploy. We're all financial people, public markets, so we're highly diversified. And this fund will invest in 80 companies. The two things we learned through doing about 2 years of research on venture fund performance is diversification and follow-on are like paramount to not only success but repeatable success. So we're highly diversified, and then 50% of our fund is allocated to follow-on, which there's like this really magic number between 40 and 60% that funds have done in the past that have killed it.
Is that pretty typical for a lot of these funds on follow-on? Because that's a question that comes up a lot is, I think people assume that funds are raised and they throw their money kind of into these early stage companies, and then you sit back and wait and see. But a lot of times there's this big expectation that these companies are going to have to come back and make another ask at some point, whether that's a later round or some bridge financing, whatever it is, they're going to come back to their original investors and make an ask. And so is 50% kind of the average number that you see across the industry?
Average is probably closer to 25.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
But what we've noticed, and we haven't been doing this a super long time, but getting in early, and then to your point, why not just call up all my existing? If I want to raise $3 million, and I can do that from people that have already written me a check.
And sometimes they have options. By the way, you have to call them first.
But if like it's the easy button, and there's trust, and so we're starting to see, especially you talked about Series A being competitive, and coastal money is flooding into the middle of the country. Like it's hard. Like you can't get in deals if you aren't already an investor.
Right.
And so then there's all these insider rounds happening, pre-Series A. So we just think we're starting to notice a lot of things that it's really advantageous to already be on the cap table, and we're getting access to the best deals that no one else can.
Yeah. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. Chris, thank you so much for flying all the way across the country to come hang out with us this week. Obviously, if you want to meet Chris, he's probably going to be at the block party tomorrow, hanging out with Matt Price and the guys from Killer Creamery. So really excited to have you here in Boise. Coming up next, we have Changing Gears with Kristen Armstrong as she shows how she successfully pivoted as an entrepreneur. But before that, a word from our sponsors.
Here's to the risk takers, the ceiling breakers, the ones who lay it all on the line, the men and women driven by a higher calling, to those who work sun up to sundown and beyond, to those driven to reach for the stars and achieve their dreams, to small business owners everywhere, those who work to change their world for the better. We honor you. We're Bank of Idaho, committed to community like you. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Thanks for joining me today. My name's Jonathan Petrino. I'm on the committee for Boise Entrepreneurship Week. I'm joined today by Kristen Armstrong, 3-time Olympic gold medalist and owner of Pivot, the leading Boise fitness studio. Kristen, anything you'd like to add today?
No, I think that you nailed my title, but also, truth be told, I obviously am an entrepreneur. I probably just one of my favorite parts of my role every day is I'm also a mom to an 11-year-old son who's in 5th grade. And so, between being a business owner, a retired professional cyclist, and a mom, I look forward to this chat, and I thank you for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to cover a number of topics today. I think, some personally, what's transpired in your life, how it's led you here, and then some of the challenges I think that you face there too. And then also, pun intended, how you're pivoting your business to keep up with changing demand, taste, but also the environment that we find ourselves in. Maybe you could just start and tell us about why you founded Pivot and what the original vision for the company was.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm super excited to say that the name Pivot came well before the pandemic. And so now I feel like people ask me all the time, like, Pivot, that's interesting. Did you open during the pandemic or before the pandemic? And so I don't know if it was just like this sign, but we have not only named our business Pivot prior to the pandemic, but we've had to pivot many, many times in the last 18 months. But the reason why Pivot is, truth be told, I never set out to open up a gym. My dream was never to say, I want to provide a gym for the members of the Treasure Valley. But really, with my background, a lot of people know me as a professional cyclist, an Olympian. But truth be told, I worked in healthcare for a long time. In fact, I graduated at the University of Idaho in exercise physiology, worked over at the Portland Adventist Medical Center for their wellness program, came over here, helped open up the West YMCA as a director, and then also transitioned while I was training and racing. I worked for St. Luke's Health System, which is our largest employer in the state of Idaho. And over time, after I eventually retired, after coming out twice of retirement in my professional career, I decided that I needed to, what was going to be fulfilling enough that didn't require me to land on a podium in the Olympic Games, because I obviously came out of retirement twice because I couldn't figure out what was going to stretch me to the extent that the Olympic Games did, because that's like the pinnacle of sport. And for me to find the next pinnacle in life was really, really difficult for me. And so I thought my dream was to have what I call a normal job. And that normal job was working for corporate USA, at a hospital system. And boy, I had such an amazing opportunity and experience there. But truth be told, in my competitive blood, I just wanted things to move quicker. And I think that just is how it is when you have that entrepreneurial mindset. And I had an opportunity in front of me to build a fitness center to, I guess the way it was proposed to me was, how do you see healthcare and how would you like to turn the dial on health? And can we do this through a fitness center platform? And it was almost like this aha, dream come true moment. And I realized that it had to be a facility that not only had a membership component in classes and a community, and we had to bring, that environment to fruition. And I call that phase 1, to drive the services that I really wanted to get to, which now has just recently launched, called Pivot Health. And this is like the preventative medical arm of Pivot Lifestyle and Fitness. It's now closing the gap on access to healthcare.
Yep. And that's, one of the questions too is those values I asked you about, like the values were never just provide a place for people to work out, right? The value was like, how do I, impact health in the Treasure Valley, and how do we make people actually healthier, right? Which I think fitness and the facilities that you're providing are certainly part of that. But, you mentioned Pivot Health, which I think we'll definitely talk more about. Right. So it's very, very interesting, the journey, but also the several pivots actually that you've done to get here, right? Which ultimately it sounds like where you really wanted to be. If I could ask you about some of the roadblocks that you've had, imagine there's many, many roadblocks on the path to become an Olympic athlete. And then obviously in business, we were talking a little bit before this about your career and how you got here. Maybe you could just talk broadly about what some of those roadblocks are and how they help you today, or maybe some of what the roadblocks you're still dealing with are. And it's something that, entrepreneurs are very adept at dealing with.
Yeah, I think that truly the pathway that has led me to be an entrepreneur and the lessons learned, I mean, even from, I think about when I was 5 years old, I think about the character values and the character traits that I learned just from my childhood and my dad being in the Marine Corps. And if you look at that through traveling every 3 years, helped me become more resilient, to graduating from Okinawa, Japan, I always say landing in Northern Idaho at the University of Idaho, and really having to adapt to almost a new culture and trying to figure out time management, and obviously progressing to become to the level of the athletics that I reached. But all of that, life has barriers, and we might not recognize our learnings from those barriers in the moment. But the character is probably the number one thing that has helped me succeed throughout my career, and also as an entrepreneur. But some of those that are vivid to me as a professional cyclist, probably that correlate mostly to pivot, are the ones that were setbacks medically. They were orthopedic injuries. They were my 4 hip surgeries, my spine surgery, my broken collarbone. You name it, they were true setbacks. And you think about riding bikes and you think, well, that's a pretty non-impactful sport you got yourself into. So what really has helped me is, obviously we can all say the cliche, when life knocks you down, you have to get back up. But what I learned actually even deeper than that, when I wanted to start and launch Pivot, is that people truly, the connectivity in healthcare today, and really trying to get the care you need and to take care of yourself in a preventative way, the access is not attainable. It's not, you can't even touch it. And so I really wanted to help others receive the same kind of care that I received throughout my setbacks and journeys. And the other piece that isn't so on the physical side is the mental side.
Yeah.
And the mindset it takes to persevere. And I have this mantra. So my event mostly was a time trial where you race from point to point all by yourself over a 35-minute period. And so you can imagine how we all get in our own minds and talk ourselves in or out of things. And my mantra always was, am I hurting? Can I hurt any more? And am I hurting more than everyone else today? Because if I'm not, I'm probably not winning the race.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how I feel sometimes with Pivot, because I'm like, every day I feel like if I'm comfortable, I'm not winning the race. I'm not winning that race of being an entrepreneur. And I recognize this really quickly because of my laser focus that I had in sport.
Yeah. Yeah. The having the physical perspective, right, of something that you can't just push through necessarily sometimes with a severe injury, or knowing that, your limit and you can push through, probably gives you a lot of perspective then on the mental side, right, when you're approaching the sport of business, as it were, as well.
Absolutely. And I think that business and sport have great parallels. And I think that how you treat each when you want to be successful is actually, it's the same. It's the same. You have to wake up each and every day and focus on doing everything you can to transcend. Most of us ascend, which truly to be successful as an athlete or a business person isn't enough. You have to actually go beyond ascending, because that's what everyone else is doing. And then you have a handful of people that don't make it and they descend. But transcendent focus is truly what is going to differentiate you from the rest of your competitors.
How would you recommend, I just want to dig in on that a little bit. How would you recommend not that there is an average entrepreneur, but, for the average business owner or somebody out there, how would you recommend they go about trying to get some of that perspective? Because that seems like something that's, very unique to you as a, elite level athlete. How would you recommend people go about building that body of perspective so they know that, hey, they have the wherewithal, am I ascending, or do I have the ability to transcend, as you mentioned?
Yeah, and I think that's a great question. There's a lot of times people ask me, how is it that you take, when people say all the time, you don't know what you don't know. So I work with athletes all the time that when I suggest a way to transcend in sport, they're like, oh, I would have never thought about transcending in sport like that, because they didn't know that they could take their bike and make it 2 pounds less. And so one of the things in business that I like to speak to when we take ascendant mentality to a transcendent mentality, because I have no doubt that we wake up each morning, we want to transcend, but are we truly transcending?
Yeah.
And first and foremost, I think that this sounds like something that your teacher would tell you, but it really does work. I really recommend that you write down all the ways you believe that you're ascending in your own business. And think about everything you wrote down and look at those and go through them. If there's a list of 10 things, ask yourself truly if your competitors are ascending the same way. If they're doing the same thing, then that's truly that's what you need to do to even be on the playing field, and the same playing field. And then you need to surround yourself by a team, and that's your environment. And your environment has to include people that believe in you, because if they're questioning you and they're telling you how, when I was at this company 10 years ago, this is how I did it. It's like, no. To transcend, you have to think, you can't, if anyone ever brings up, this is how we used to do it, that's great. But you have to think about ways, transcending is thinking about ways that nobody's ever done it. And so that's why you need a team to really think about, it's not about whose idea it is. It's about collecting thoughts and really breaking through how you can go further. And the hardest and the challenge about this exercise is that you're coming up with something that no one's ever done before. And so transcending isn't something that is a walk in the park and here's a book on how to do it.
Yeah.
It's truly, really thinking outside the box. And it's possible. And I did it in sport, and now I am embarking upon this transcendent way with an environment of people who believe in the vision. And then I also have the other environment of people asking me, so what are you doing and why? But you have to just believe that people are going to question things that haven't been done before. That's okay. That's okay. In fact, if people are asking you questions, then you're probably doing the right thing.
Yeah, it's a good sign, because if they weren't asking questions and they would just accept whatever you were doing as default, that would be successful. Yeah. I love the little tidbit there about making a list of all the ways you're ascending and then comparing that to what your likely competitors are doing. Because I think we can. It's good to take stock of our progress, but also recognize that other people are also likely making the same progress. So, obviously, in the fitness industry, your business was heavily impacted by the pandemic, which is ongoing. We should mention. How has that affected your strategy, the ways your business was ascending? And what are some of the changes or pivots, as it were, that you've made to adapt to the times that we find ourselves in?
Well, I think that during the pandemic, all businesses, large or small, were affected by the pandemic. And the unique thing about the pandemic is that it wasn't just one blanket way we were affected. We were all affected in our own unique ways. So sometimes not even relatable to the next business person. And so there wasn't really anyone to go for advice. I mean, you're thinking, well, does anyone know? Can you project what's going to happen? And that was the unknown about COVID, and we're still in it. But I do know one thing. I was surrounded by business owners who pivoted quickly. They had great people, and their model shifted how it needed to shift. to still deliver an amazing product or service to their customers. Yep. And then there were businesses who thought, well, my hands are up. I'm just going to close down business, and I guess I'll just take these next 3 months and just kind of disappear for a while. And I took the approach where I've never worked so hard in my entire life.
Yeah.
When we shut down for 2 months, you would think business operations shut down. Whew, I'm gonna take a deep breath. It's not in my control. But truly, I think the last year, but those 2 months specifically when we shut down were probably 2 of the hardest months that I've ever worked in my life. And that was because we had to take our business, which was in person. Mm-hmm. We were all about being a community and providing, amazing structured classes and gym. And we had to go virtual. And not only did we go virtual within 4 days of shutting down, in fact, we didn't know we were shutting down. And within 4 days of knowing we shut down, we started delivering online classes live right away. Well, yes, within 4 days. And I used existing platforms that people already were on. And I didn't get too caught up into, oh my gosh, what's the best platform? And how long is this going to take to launch? I just made it happen and blasted it out for free to the entire world, because it was the only way I can reach everyone really quick without companies who I would say their expertise is in going live with classes. It just took too long to make happen. So I got to do something right now so that my members are it was all about retention. How much can we retain during a shutdown? By the way, we shut down, and when we opened up again, we opened up the 1st of June. You can imagine the gym industry in the summertime.
Yeah.
So we shut down April and May, and we opened back up, and everyone wanted to be outside. Nobody wanted to be inside. And so our retention was the name of the game. And so not only did we go live with a lot of our classes, but we also developed a delivery system that was on an app. So now people can work out from home, and they also can have customizable programs right from their phone at home using equipment that they could find in their house. And so we knew we had to be super nimble and flexible, but we had to deliver something to match the value of their membership so that people weren't going to quit on us.
Yeah.
And we were incredibly successful. And when we did reopen, the changes that we made were, luckily, we were two buildings built from ground up. So we were brand new. We had the right air filtration.
Yep. Oh, great.
We upped our cleaning. We lowered our class sizes, and we marketed that. We spoke about it, and we lived by it. And we kept distance, and we let everyone know that it was safe, and that we let everyone know that it was about mental health and not always about physical health. But at the end of the day, because we held true to these values, these core values, somebody told me during the pandemic, they're like, "How you doing?" And my first response was, "Well, this is horrible because we had to shut down. I've lost some members." And they said, "Well, you've just lost some members?" I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Listen, Kristen, I know how you think of winning, and I know what your projections were, but if you're treading water right now, you're winning." And I thought, I'll never forget this person that said, I was like, wow, you're right. If we're treading water, we're winning. Mm-hmm. And I just kept that mantra in my mind is I'm not about treading water. I'm about always excelling and going. But there was a moment during COVID that we had to not get frustrated on sinking. We had to accept treading water just for a moment. Yep. And just be a little bit patient. But since we shut down, that was a year ago, and we reopened, we've had great success. And we are probably, I would say we're nearing doubling our membership since COVID, which, that's huge success. So I'm super excited about where we are, what we've done, and the pivoting maneuvers that we've had to make.
Well, and big congratulations to you and your staff, because that's, that's really something. You mentioned something I want to make sure that we circle back to was, you said it was within 4 days you were delivering content or modality of workout content, right, to your members remotely, rather than wait for it to be perfect or, do it maybe even the way that, to the standard maybe that you would have wanted to do it. You just had a bias for action and said, this is not perfect, but we're going to do it anyway. I think that's key. And there's so many, there's a lot of advice and a lot of tools and a lot of ways for people to spend time thinking about how they're going to do things perfectly. But that seems to be a theme routinely as I, speak with business owners and even in my own career, like just the bias for action and making something happen right away, even if it's not quite perfect.
Oh, I'll tell you what, my nickname in the sport in my career was type AAA. And I can tell you that making that call, because when I go back to some of those videos right now, I almost have a panic attack because they are by far from perfect. But I can tell you that our members, they love our coaches. And so as long as our coach was delivering something, they didn't care. They just wanted to see that coach again every day, especially in a live way. So we would deliver that live. And then if people couldn't make the live sessions, they would go in, it would be recorded, and they could go back at any time during the day and watch those. Yeah,
that's great. That connection that your members have with the staff and the coaches must be difficult to replicate in that area. There's a whole, I think, line of thinking, at least in like the technology space, where if you're not embarrassed by the first version of something that you've done, then you waited too long to launch it.
That's kind of like that. Yeah, I feel okay, good, because I was embarrassed. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. And the community at Pivot, people ask, so what do you think has created change, and why does Pivot stick out the way it does, and why are people joining Pivot? And it's not rocket science, but I can tell you that I'm going to go back and date myself back in the 90s, we used to speak in the fitness world about it. The conversations used to be, oh, so where are you a member? And people would say, oh, I'm a member here, or I'm a member there.
Yeah.
And now in the last 5 to 10 years, we're so busy that we're just hopping from one place to the next, whether it's jobs or fitness centers. We're not really, unless you're a member of a golf course or a golf club, it's not really spoken about as much because people aren't taking the time. They're running out, they're on wait list. And now I wanted to create an environment where people just stopped for 1 second and took a breath out of their life and actually had other people. And it creates empowerment. And so when people ask, what do you find makes your programming and Pivot successful? And I'll always say it's the community that we've grown. It's not me. Our coaches are amazing, but it's the community themselves that have kept it alive.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's something that's easy to overlook when we talk about, what types of products or services we're providing and all of the things competing for people's attention like that. The community, and also just the members getting to meet other members, right? Not just the relationship. It's worth mentioning that the members have with the coaches or the staff. It's also and I've seen that firsthand, full disclosure, I'm a member, but the relationships that people build, right, with other members.
Absolutely.
Worth stating. So obviously the business has been through a lot. And you mentioned at the beginning of our chat here, the vision that you had was to really, right, bring a new awareness of health and a path to health for the Valley. Maybe you could talk about Pivot Health itself, the product and the service offering that you have, why you decided to do that. I think you touched on that a little bit, but maybe just discuss how you're working that into the service that you're providing today at Pivot.
Yeah. So our vision since the beginning has always been that we want to bring in a health component side to our business model. It's not traditional, but it's not anything that we've just come up with. We have just been patiently waiting for the right timing with the pandemic. And what this is that we want to bring providers to Pivot, and we have brought providers to Pivot, primary care providers, along with registered dietitians. We have a mental health partner that you can access. And not only is it for members of Pivot, but it's for people that aren't members of Pivot. As our Treasure Valley grows, it's really, really hard to find access. But on top of that, okay, truth be told, when we used to go to gatherings, sometimes the topic of conversation for me before opening Pivot was, so when was the last time you went and got an annual exam? And most of my friends would be like, I don't even, maybe 5 years, maybe 10, I don't know. And you get to a certain point in your life where you will know more and more people who are not surviving. And it's all around things that they could have prevented. I don't think that people don't want to go to see a provider. I don't think they know how to go.
Yeah.
So what Pivot Health is all about is we know why. We know why we should go and we should take care of ourselves. And when we go into our doctor's office, we typically are told what? We're diagnosed with something, and we're told that you have prediabetes. But then nobody shows us how. And Pivot wants to be the how. And we have providers that are healthy. They're practicing what they preach.
Yeah.
And I think the facility also, what makes us very unique is that it's a very comfortable facility. It's clean. It's not stuffy. It's not intimidating because, I mean, let's face it, who wants to walk into a hospital when you're not sick? Yeah. And so we just want to provide ease of access. And on top of that, we also want to help people trust healthcare. So we're all paying for insurance. Mm-hmm. And we need to take advantage of what we're already paying for. And we're not taking advantage of that because I'm sure, like all of you, myself, I feel like I've been a victim of that medical bill that you open up in that mailbox and you're like, oh, please, I do not want to open my mailbox today. And you see a logo of where you just got taken care of, and you have a bill that could be hundreds or thousands of dollars.
Yeah. And
so we really want to help the general person navigate healthcare and be very transparent around, all right, so this is, from most insurance companies, is going to be no cost. However, because you want X, Y, and Z, then this might cost X. But also when we start getting into the referrals and referring to specialists, we want to take care of you. We want to refer you to specialists that we trust and that we've experienced with. And we want to make sure that we don't just like push you to a referral and then you make 8 phone calls and can't get in. We want to make sure that that connection is made. Yep. And we feel like there's a gap. And that was at the very beginning of the idea and vision of Pivot. And now even more so, the pandemic has caused us not to go in. I mean, 10 times as much. And so recently just found out about a gentleman who decided to skip his PSA screening for 1 year during the pandemic and has just been diagnosed with a very, very severe form of cancer. So that is truly my passion. And Pivot Health is needed more than ever now. And we're here to help. It does come from the heart. It's a very emotional delivery because it's truly what I wanted to do for so long.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that's, I won't say broken, but certainly inefficient, right? With the way that we seek care and the way that we receive care. And you're totally right. I think there's a lot of feelings wrapped up in going to, right, your primary care provider, if they're in a hospital or even if they're not, right? It's not typically a place that you look forward to going. And where people do, normally have more positive feelings about going to, right, a fitness studio or a gym. And I think it's a really inspiring kind of pivot to think about, I'm going to go to this place that I feel good. That's, where I know people, you're kind of extending that community then into the healthcare provider space. It's interesting. If I could ask you, why do you think other people in the fitness industry haven't done the same thing? So if we talk about all the ways that the fitness industry is ascending, you're transcending it. Why do you think other people aren't doing that maybe?
Well, number one, I think it is something that, sometimes you wake up and you think that that's out of my lane. So that'd be very difficult to accomplish. But I would say that as I was talking about this model to a gentleman that is an executive at a large company out of Boise, he happens to be from England. And he told me when I was telling him what we were doing, he looked at me and said, oh, he's like, that's interesting. He goes, though you think this is a new idea, he goes, this is how it is in the UK. And I go, what are you talking about? He goes, well, with the insurance they have over there, basically you get your annual exams and labs done at your local fitness center, and that it's required. In fact, in order for you to have your insurance, and in order for you to go in and seek help at any time, you have to do this once a year. And so I didn't, truth be told, I didn't even know that. And
interesting.
And so obviously it's happening in other countries. It hasn't happened here, except for if you look back in, I would say in the early 2000s, 90s, there's a lot of, I wouldn't call it, I would say it's fitness center-ish, where they do a lot of fee-for-service. They have a lot of fee-for-service offerings. So you might want to get a VO2 test or a stress test, or you might want to get your BMI checked, or you name it. But it costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
What I'm doing and how we're trying to pivot is we're creating access for something you're already paying for, which is preventative healthcare.
Kristen Armstrong, thank you so much. Very insightful. I know a lot of people will get a lot out of this. So thank you for sharing your experiences, and please stop on down to Pivot, I imagine, to learn more about what they're doing down there.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate your time.
Welcome back to Trailhead. It's Boise Entrepreneur Week, and we are live here, unless you're watching this later on tape, and then we're not live, with Diane Bevan. She's the Executive Director of the Idaho Women's Business Center. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here.
And you've got two titles, and I feel like we need to include them both. You're also CEO of the Idaho Hispanic Foundation.
Correct.
And those things are important because they tie together. Tell us about how the Women's Business Center came together and that process.
Thank you so much, Donna. It's such a pleasure to be here on Boise Entrepreneurial Week. So the Idaho Women's Business Center has been in Idaho in the past several times. It's a program that's funded in part by the Small Business Administration. But Idaho had been without one for a couple of years, and as CEO of the Hispanic Foundation, we knew that it would be a great fit to outreach to our underserved Latina entrepreneurs through the Hispanic community. And so that's kind of how it came to be as we applied for the grant, and we were very fortunate to be a recipient of not just one, but two Women's Business Center designations from the SBA.
So this is a tremendous resource for Idaho, and I think it still flies under the radar a little bit. You've been at this 2 years, is that right?
It is, yeah. We just barely passed our second year anniversary in August. Thank you.
And tell me what services you provide and what you do for female entrepreneurs, Hispanic entrepreneurs. Tell me how this all works.
And we do serve the men. We are the Women's Business Center, so obviously we target women, but we love our male clients as well. It's our goal to serve all cultures and communities as well. So we know that when we go out into rural communities that we have so many husband and wife teams that are running and growing businesses. But definitely our goal is to really outreach to the underserved, the under-resourced, those that are solopreneurs, that are really functioning all by themselves, and really to connect with them.
So this means a lot to me. I'm a solo entrepreneur and have been growing. And I'm so interested in what you're doing and what are the types of things that you're providing for these small entrepreneurs across the Gem State.
That's a great question, because our goal is really to take every entrepreneur from either startup and idea innovation all the way through execution. And then some are, what I call a turning point, right? They're 2 to 3 years in business. They've been kind of going around and they've got to start making some decisions of that next step to scale and grow. But through, we host trainings, webinars. Of course, we've been a lot more virtual since the pandemic. I think everybody has, for sure. But we have actually done some in person, really just kind of controlling the environment. But our biggest mission is to really identify what is the barrier. Is it access to capital? Is it access to marketing? Maybe it's really just understanding what is a legal formation and how to run their books. You can be the best baker in the world and have the most phenomenal cakes, and you're still not expected to be a CPA, but you still need to know your numbers.
Right. It's like if you watch the Shark Tank show on ABC, and they're like, you don't know your numbers, we're kicking you out of the room, right? I mean, it's so fundamental, but not everybody is versed in that. So how do you help that? How do you help bridge that gap?
Well, a lot of it's technical assistance.
Yeah.
There's that saying that, sure, it gets overused. You don't know what you don't know. But in so many cases, that's really true. Yeah, that certainly was evident in the last, 18 months as we tried to navigate businesses through federal funding. And those that didn't know their numbers, didn't have any kind of structure in place. When you're a single mom running a successful business and that cash comes in hand, you immediately think, I've got to pay the babysitter, I need to pay the mortgage, I need to go buy groceries. You don't automatically think, I need to follow best practices in bookkeeping, I need to use QuickBooks, and I need to actually pay myself. And so I think that actually one of the blessings of the pandemic is really dialing in, what do the entrepreneurs need to learn?
So I've got a lot of questions, but I want to make sure that if you have questions that you get a chance to ask them. If you're in the Boise Entrepreneur Week Slack channel, you can drop a question in. It's in the, and I've got to read this off the screen here, live_Q_A channel, and we'll ask those questions of Diane. It's interesting. It's hard. Being an entrepreneur is hard.
It is.
And I love the change in focus for Boise Startup Week to Boise Entrepreneur Week, because people think of a startup and they might think of a tech business or something, but there are so many types of small businesses in our state. What are you seeing that are some of the big challenges for those businesses, especially in the last 18 months as we all deal with the ongoing effects of COVID-19?
Well, the two big top ones are, I call it actually the 3 M's, right? Money, marketing, and mentorship. It takes money to make money. There's not a lot of grants out there for startups, so they really have to do that grind and either, bootstrap it, do some crowdfunding and things like that to really be able to have a fair shot to compete with someone that's already in the market. But I will tell you that women are the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs. The minority women are even faster group than within that sector. And so many women are choosing that flexibility. You made a comment that it's tough to be an entrepreneur, and it really is. But there's also a lot of freedom behind it, and there's a lot of flexibility. I can stay home and work a business on Etsy or Pinterest. Meanwhile, I've got my 2-year-old right here beside me. And so we're seeing a lot of women making that choice. And it's actually quite high right here in Idaho.
Where do they get started? I was talking to somebody who's thinking about doing a business somewhat similar to mine, and I just went, oh my gosh, there's so much you have to figure out. Where does somebody start if they want to engage with the Women's Business Center and tap into your resources?
That's a great question. So most of our clients actually come in through the marketing funnels that we have on our website. They come in through idahowomen.org and they click on whether they're starting a business or they're already in business. And we do a basic intake with them to just see where they're at, see how much they've done so far, find out have they started a business plan. And we, depending on what their needs are, we work with a lot of our resource partners. We work with Trailhead here, the SBDC. We have a very great, vibrant ecosystem here in Idaho. So there's a lot, once they come into our wheelhouse, we really find the best fit for them.
So I think that's key, because when I think of maybe a resource like yours or a traditional sort of SBA type of a setup, I think I shouldn't be started yet. I have to be just in the idea phase. But you're working with people who maybe have gotten a little bit down the road, maybe they've sold a little on Etsy or something. They can come to you and they can still get help to go to that next stage. Is that kind of the idea?
Oh yeah, we want to take them through that value proposition. Do they really know who their client is? And what's interesting about that client that you talk about that's already had some success is to really identify where their break-even point is, where are they truly making profit? Because you can have a very successful business take a step back and look at their whole value proposition and realize that they need to make some shifts to really go to that next level.
do you help with people getting up with employment and hiring those first people? I mean, what's the interplay as people go along and get larger? Is that something you help with? Do you hand them off?
Yeah, and sometimes that's one of the hardest things. You've been working for yourself for a while. You realize that you don't have there's just not enough hours in the day, right? You have to make that very first step of hiring your first employee. And for some entrepreneurs, that's really a difficult transition to make. So we connect them with mentors in the human resource industry. We connect them with some classes and just really let them see, are they really ready? And if they are, what does that look like?
Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot. Are you ready for this?
I love it.
I want to know about a success story that you have seen here that your center has helped with, a woman that's done something amazing in our community that maybe wouldn't have happened without your help.
Oh, fantastic. So which side of the state would you like? Right here in the Treasure Valley?
Do we get to play? How about let's
pick a region.
How
and I
about
will
let's
give
go
you a
outside of the
success
Treasure Valley? I mean,
Great.
I know it's Boise Entrepreneur Week, but obviously people watching statewide.
Fantastic. So we have a great client. In fact, actually, we've also employed her as a contractor, Maria Alvarez. She was in the radio industry for years and years, and she knew that she had that connectivity to the Hispanic community. So she created her own business, Connectate. And, we sat her down because she knew what she wanted to do, but she wasn't really quite sure how to monetize it and who would be her clients. And so we've really worked a lot with her. She was a referral to us from the SBDC. They're in Idaho Falls at the Innovation Center. And we've worked with her for quite a while, and now she actually helps onboard monolingual clients into the Women's Business Center. So we've actually put her to work as well.
Okay, give me one more.
Okay, so pick a city. Pick a city.
Okay.
How about if I'll pick one for you.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said it was Pig City. No! I was like, what's Pig City?
You can pick a city.
So let's go Treasure Valley this time.
Okay, well, I was going to take you up north to the Indian Reservation, but we can also pick the Treasure Valley. So we have a fantastic client, Doreen Marsh. During the pandemic, her husband, he works for Micron. She's here. She's originally from China, and she connected with the Women's Business Center and enrolled in a class I was teaching. And she's like, all of my family owns manufacturing plants. She goes, I can just pick up a cell phone and get something made and put a logo on it. And so she started Ellie Promos, and now she is a very successful entrepreneur, and she just kind of had to go through her classes because she had never owned a business before. But one of the coolest things is some of her biggest sales have been with other clients. So women supporting women has been a huge value for Idaho.
How do you encourage Idaho businesses to work with other Idaho businesses and find those? We all hear the get local, the buy Idaho thing, but what role do you guys play? Do you help that to make sure that we're all kind of working together in a cohesive net? Are there programs in place there?
There really is, Don. When we launched the Women's Business Center, we wanted to connect with all women-owned businesses, regardless of whether they needed anything we had to offer. Yeah. So we created an exclusive network directory on our website that all women-owned businesses, and we love our husband-wife team, so we let them on the directory as well. But we have almost 1,000 women-owned businesses on that directory. We want them to be the resource for each other.
Plug that. How do people find that? Because I think that's important.
It's just on our website at idahowomen.org, and there's no cost to be on that directory. We've seen some really great business deals happen through that network.
You mentioned that you're statewide, and you do so much of that work. Why is that important to be? Where are you, and why is it so important?
From the very beginning, I always knew that we needed to be where the women are. So we don't benefit from that, office chat, all of us together. We have 6 offices across the state. We have directors and associate directors in each office. So we do sacrifice being together as a team, but the benefit is to our clients. We're as far north as Moscow, far east as Idaho Falls. And it has really helped us also do a lot of work with our Native American tribes.
Okay, I'm an old TV guy, so I like to hit my time right on. We've got 30 seconds. I love these success stories. Give me one more.
So one of our biggest success stories is actually Nez Pierce Tourism. She runs a gift shop, Tradewinds gift shop. She's a member of the Nez Pierce tribe, and we connected with her when we did a kickoff event. We are the first resource partner to do a kickoff on the tribes, on the reservations. We've had 2 already, and her biggest order of Ellie promo. So here you have Doreen Marr here in the Treasure Valley, and they did their first deal was a $5,000 deal of getting some things for her.
I love it.
Yeah.
Diane, that was the fastest 15 minutes I think I've had in a long time.
Same.
I wanted to thank Diane Bevan with the
Thank
Idaho
you.
Women's Business Center. Now I get to introduce Bank of Idaho CEO Jeff Newgard. He's interviewing Idaho Governor Brad Little. That's next. But first, let's hear a few words from our Entrepreneur Week sponsors.
From selecting the perfect produce and triple checking its quality to preparing it for you, we have perfected the art of fresh. Albertsons, the official grocer and tailgate headquarters of Bronco Athletics.
We are a tribe from the north, and we are brave and bold. In these hard times, we continue to bear our silver and our gold. We stand tried and true against our foes, because we are mighty Vandals. So go, Vandals, go. Fight with heart, mind, and soul. Together, we will defeat our foes, because the victory cannot be withheld from thee. So all Idaho, bear down and Vandal on. Go, go, go.
Well, Governor Little, thank you so much for taking the time today.
My pleasure.
It's always great to get together with you, and we're in the middle of Boise Entrepreneur Week. Boise and Idaho in general is enjoying such robust business growth, especially within the small business area. What do you attribute that to?
Well, it's always kind of been in our DNA in Idaho to be small business. We have done some things policy-wise in the state that we think, we believe, kind of helps that along, but a lot of it's just the DNA. People, there was a time when Idaho was the headquarters to a significant number of Fortune 500 companies. Those, as often is the case, but we're having a whole reemergence of that. Cradle Point, Clearwater, there's about 5 of them just in the last 6 months here in Idaho that have happened. Obviously, in other areas of the state, we've got some other companies that are just doing gangbusters, but it kind of ebbs and flows. But right now, it's really going gangbusters. I think most employers would tell you their biggest problem is finding help.
Yes.
And housing.
True. Well, small business in general is a big passion of yours. Where does that come from?
I think my experience in business, in my previous life, at one time I was chairman of IACI, but most of with the exception of 1 or 2 of those companies, those big Idaho companies all started off as 1 or 2 entrepreneurs.
Yes.
And we always talk about those big companies, and I always look, what do we do to help those initial entrepreneurs to become those great companies? The technology industry just puts all of that on steroids. Because if you're farming or in the timber business or in the construction business, you kind of got to grow it at a slower rate. But you come up, of course, I'm old enough, I remember software was somebody with a good idea on a floppy disk.
Yes.
Most people don't even know what a floppy disk is
That's
now.
right. Fortunately, I do.
But there is so much of that, and the magnitude of growth is a lot higher than it was under the traditional industries in Idaho. But it's still the same idea. People working hard, having a good idea, hiring good people, and having a climate to where those good people can be successful.
That's
and
good.
it's the same climate, but it's a totally different industry.
Sure. So then when we talk about vision, if we look out 10 years from now, what things are you doing right now that are going to affect that vision in 10 years, and what does it look like?
Well, the last session, the things we do from a policy standpoint in Idaho, building Idaho's future, was transportation, tax simplification, tax reduction, tax rebate, big investments in workforce and education, obviously broadband. We had started doing broadband, and then when the federal dollars came up, we in fact had a committee and had an infrastructure. The problem with some of these broadband issues is everybody in the United States is getting broadband money, and you're really having to scrap for fiber, switches, a lot of that. But we've got a good plan. We've got a broadband advisory committee that's doing a really good job. So.
Oh, great. Well, Governor Little, there's a lot going on with the Small Business Development Center. Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, we've got them all over the state. And as any, the math of startups is there's a lot of failures.
Yes.
And they're supposed to be, as are a lot of these efforts, try and lower the failure rate, increase the success rate. And there's one in Pocatello that I was at maybe a couple months ago. The entrepreneur was actually worked for Walmart in Arkansas. His wife was from Pocatello. He moved to Pocatello. He was producing battery packs for drones, which is interesting because he's building battery packs for drones. And one of his customers is a drone manufacturer, aggregator in Coeur d'Alene that is an Idaho company, and he's building the batteries for them, but incredibly successful. They are shoring back to the United States a lot of the things that were done in China. And of course, with this problem with the supply chain, there are a lot of companies that are doing this. This is a great example of it. But one of the best examples is House of Design in Nampa that started the Small Business Development Center here, and they design robots. They get the kind of the raw robots from Europe, but then they do all the programming, all the tools on the end of them. And so they are designing and building and programming the robots. There's an outfit in Nampa that's building houses totally out of robots that were going to California. The way the housing market's going in the United States, we think pretty soon they're going to be sourcing houses here in the United States. But I mean, these are small, 2 people, 1 person that are now creating great jobs for everybody. A lot of them are obviously fast-growing technology areas, and it's really fascinating. But the small business development centers, there's a lot of them, and what we try and do is help those people with good ideas increase their success and, more importantly, lower their failure. Some of them have to hang around for a while until they reach critical mass.
Yeah.
The field the most about is financing. What do we do to finance them?
That's right.
Governor Otter and I had a finance summit one time, and I think you and I have talked about it before. Everybody thinks they're at the next highest level of finance than they really are. There's angel finance, there's mezzanine finance, and everybody said, well, they want too much of my company, and we have to be helpful to help them to know where they are on the finance ladder.
Yes.
But we had none of that in Idaho. Highway 16 was the only one we had right over here. Now we've got maybe 4 or 5 significant ones here in Idaho, and then we've got a lot more that are affiliated with venture capital and investment firms in the Silicon Valley, in Seattle, in Salt Lake. So the problem with capital that we had before is much less. When I first started in the legislature, the Boise Chamber wanted the state to finance these. I said, I know enough about banking that they're a lot smarter than we government guys are. We probably ought to facilitate bankers and other people instead of having the state do it. But we've reached critical mass in a lot of these areas to be able to finance these people, mainly because we've got a much more mature technology industry and there's more people that understand it. But there's so many segments of technology.
Yes.
There's the medical side, there's a biotechnology side, there's software, all kinds of different software. And of course, now there's a field that you're on the committee that we didn't even know 10 years ago, cybersecurity.
Yes.
the cybersecurity business, I chair the cybersecurity task force for Governor Otter. Then we put together the cybersecurity committee that you're on, but we put grants available to the institutions. Just this week, the new College of Eastern Idaho got certified at the federal level to do the training for cybersecurity. That, along with the University of Idaho, Boise State, and Idaho State, and of course all the work they do over at the lab. So there's a lot going on in cybersecurity.
Oh, and there's such a need for employees in that area.
If you look at the numbers, everybody's got to be a something's got to give at some point
That's
in time.
right.
Because it's almost logarithmic, the growth you have to have in cybersecurity.
Yes.
We're going to have to probably change some of the software that we purchase and some of the vulnerabilities in it, so that if you're in an area, but everybody's going to have to embed cybersecurity into their business model.
So important.
Yeah.
Yes. So when you're talking about the Small Business Development Center, how does the SBA have
That's
have
one of the there's most of them are federally. There's a lot of federal funding. The state helps a little bit, but really the secret to any one of these is having somebody there that's passionate, that understands it, that can have somebody come in and give them their business plan and say, you might not want to do that.
Yes.
Or
I
that's
see.
incredible and will help you. But everybody started off as an entrepreneur, particularly people that did it 3 or 4 times, they're the most valuable because they know where the pitfalls are.
Yes.
They can tell you, please don't do that. I did that. But once in a while, one of these guys will say, I'm going to do it anyway. There'll be a breakthrough,
so
incredible, in this rapidly changing world. Very seldom do I say that will never work, because I've been proven wrong time and time again.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we've seen a huge growth at Bank of Idaho through the SBA lending, as well as commercial and industrial lending. It's just been booming, and it's a passion of mine. I love small business. I grew up in a oil distributor gas station business my dad ran, and you have kind of a small ag background.
Well, I'm pretty fortunate that I had an ag background, and then some friends of mine, I got into actually manufacturing as an investment. And then I was on a bank board, so I've kind of seen it from 3 different angles.
Yeah.
I've never been immersed in high tech, probably because I'm so old. But I know a lot of people that are really old that understand it as well as anybody. But we've got some real pioneers here in the Valley. Kevin Learned, Gary Learned, or Kevin Learned and Gary Mon started Learned Mon, which was one of the first ever bank software companies in the United States, and started it right here. And then Gary went on to start Fisher's Office Equipment.
Yes.
Kevin went on to be president of the College of Idaho. And Kevin has done this enough that he's one of those old sage guys that these young guys go to. And Kevin says, that might not work so much. He's really an expert. But the fact that now we've got people in Idaho that have kind of gone through this is very helpful, and they couldn't be more generous with their time. And there's a lot of people that came when HP came originally. I was actually at an event in Idaho with one of the senior vice presidents from HP. He's now with a different firm. And we were talking about Ray Smellick, who was the guy that brought HP to Boise. Ray and I served on the board of IACI together.
Oh.
And I remember him at the airport. He had this disk drive that was about this big and about that thick, that I think's probably got the same capacity as my phone.
Yes.
But it was the cutting edge. And then, the laser print division that was here, the memory division was here, and then all the incredible companies in the Boise area that spun off of, Extended Systems, just a whole bunch of them that spun off HP. And then, of course, on the memory and semiconductor side, the incredible growth. I had a high school kid sitting here yesterday that asked me, and he was Alan Noble's grandson, and Alan Noble was one of the founders of Micron.
Yes.
A potato farmer, 2 brothers from Blackfoot, Idaho, the Parkinson brothers, Jack Simblot, a potato farmer, Ron Yonke, a machine shop owner, Tom Nicholson, a kind of a cattle rancher, car dealer.
Yes.
Those were the money behind those two brilliant brothers from Blackfoot and a couple other guys. That now it's the largest memory semiconductor company in the United States.
Gosh, that's amazing.
So,
well, and the other thing that's really incredible about the state of Idaho is the diversity that we have in all these different industries. Like you're saying with technology, agriculture, timber. I mean, there's just so much diversity in our economy.
If you look at agriculture, look at the old agrarian industries. We've got the most modern sawmill in this hemisphere. We got the most modern potato plant. We got the most modern yogurt plant. We've got many of the most modern food processing plants. Idaho's been a place where entrepreneurs and big companies could change rapidly and adapt to change. But all that stuff going on in those old food plants is very high tech, very sophisticated.
Yes.
The sawmill at Lewiston it is going to be almost, at some point in time, fully roboticized. Now, there'd be a lot of jobs on the outside and the inside, but it's mind-blowing. But that's the mill. A sawmill job today, one person in the woods today does what 12 used to do.
Oh, gosh.
And it's because of the sophisticated equipment they have now. But the bulk of the growth in the Boise Valley has been, you know, the Clearwaters, the Cradle Points, the Counts, and all of those have been purchased, bought out. A lot of capital's come to the community. A lot of that capital, those people that were there, depending upon how the arrangement goes, are going to go out and start other companies and mentor some of the young people that are here. So it's pretty exciting.
It is. And that kind of, when you talk about mentoring, what would be the number one piece of advice that you would give to a new entrepreneur?
I actually got this from my wife, talking to our sons, and that's make good choices. And it's what you do with your time, who you affiliate with, but really it's important who you pick as a mentor. See somebody in business that you know, in 10 or 15 or 20 years, you want to be like them, and then ask them, learn from them, learn particularly from their mistakes.
Yes.
And I know a lot of people have been very successful, hard knuckle going at it every day, making lots of mistakes. But the people that have moved fast are the ones that learn from somebody else's mistake.
Yes.
And so if you want to be successful, and most of these people are very generous with their time, particularly in my business, in the ranching business, there were a couple people that were neighbors of mine that couldn't have been more gracious in what they did to help me along the way.
Yeah.
And I actually think in the tech field, it's almost, some of them are really focused, the young people that are going, but there's a lot of them that'll be very generous with their time.
Yeah. When you think of the self-made person, that's really not a thing. It takes a lot of mentoring, takes a lot of listening, learning, and support along the way.
Well,
right?
It's these kids who were here around this table yesterday, they asked me, and I said, well, the days of not being able to work in a team are almost gone. There's a few jobs where you can sit in a cubicle and do some of those things, but the movers and shakers, but a lot of things have changed. You know, when I went to school and our kids went to school, all the desks were lined up in rows. And now you go into a modern classroom and those kids are in groups, learning to collaborate and work things together and work in teams. Businesses always say that. I need somebody that can get along with a team and get things done. When they're hiring people, you know, being able to continually learn, being able to work in teams, being able to get along with others, being able to get along with the easiest to get along and the hardest to get along. Those are the kind of key people successful businesses try and put into their organization.
Yes, that's for sure. Working together is so critical. Yeah, absolutely. You live that world.
Well, I mean, my job, people ask me about it all the time. My job, I was really lucky that Governor Otter gave me some experience, but when we went through our transition, you know, our cabinet members and my staff, our ability to cope with COVID would have been incomprehensible had I not had a team that I knew I could rely on that was going to give me good information and not put too many choices in front of me, but put the important choices in front of me. And I like I said, some of my mentors taught me that. I had one mentor in particular, and he had a pretty short temper. When he got mad, he'd just chomp down on his cigar and march off. And he would do the right thing and always had good people. Matter of fact, two of my key employees I got from him after he passed away.
Oh.
But it's the ability to recruit, to recognize first, recruit and retain good people is incredibly important.
Yes. And what would be the number one thing you look for in recruiting?
Kind of a passion to get things done. I've got a pretty simple mission. My mission is I want all our kids to choose to stay here now and in the future. And so whether it's a good job, better education, quality of life, fill in the blank.
Yes.
And that they bought into that mission, but then they ask critical questions at the right time and get the work done. And I'm very, very proud of my staff and my cabinet members.
That's great.
We've had very low turnover. There were a couple people that I pulled out of industry and put in that I knew weren't going to be there for very long, a couple of them. But other than that, we got along great.
Oh, they're great to work with too. I've had the pleasure to work with some of them.
Yeah,
So one area that we're growing very rapidly is in the real estate area, commercial real estate as well as residential. What are your thoughts on that?
I went to a couple pretty good real estate, and it started to tail off a little bit.
Yeah.
There was a certain point in time when it wasn't sustainable. It was just crazy, but it's going to go up and down. Right now, we had in this room, I had a lot of the big city mayors for Idaho, big city mayors.
Yes.
I said, what can we do to help you with affordable housing?
Mm-hmm.
And most of the solutions are at the local level. We'll probably maybe take some of the federal dollars and make some bridge financing available for people that are specifically doing low-income housing. But some of the larger people, the larger employers, are going out and, buying housing, building housing for their employees,
Wow.
particularly the resort areas. They've just gone out and tried to, in these areas that are really, really challenged for housing. But it's all over the place. I go back to the company that's building the houses out of robots.
Yes.
Our housing price gets up there. Some of those will be scalable into Idaho.
Interesting.
I don't think we're there yet, but we're getting closer.
Yeah. So what about Boise in particular with affordable housing? What are your
Actually, the mayor, one of the things they're trying to do is, and a lot of it ties to transportation.
Yes.
If you've got an area that's underdeveloped and you build a good corridor out there where you got good ingress and egress into work and into schools, and then get high density there, you can do it. So you've got to think ahead a little bit about, what they call, quote, smart growth. And I'm not a huge central planner, but it's important that you say we're at this population, particularly in some of these cities where they know they got a lot of population coming.
Mhm.
We're going to have X number of houses. Some of these cities, and Boise is an example, it's bordered by Eagle, Star, Meridian, and Cuna. So there's really only one way they can go.
Right.
Because and sometimes that's helpful and sometimes it's not, that they compete against each other. And that's a little bit of a problem because everybody wants the most valuable taxable property to go into their tax base.
Yes.
But there's some things they're doing. You can build corridors into those areas, build higher density houses, incentivize the right kind of housing in the right area. But I worry that if I want our kids to stay here, how are they going to afford a house?
That's right.
That is probably my number one problem is we've got so many people that have moved in from out of state that are
Yes.
sucking a lot of the oxygen out of the housing market,
Mhm.
that the kids that I want to be here to stay here, if we can give them rental units for a while, but they all want a pathway onto how they can have equity in a house.
Sure, sure. And then that feeds right into the workforce issue. I hear from almost every one of my small business owners that staffing, and everywhere you look, there's a help wanted sign in every business around. What do you think the long-term solution is? For
Well,
that?
I mean, the long-term solution is different than the short-term solution. The long-term solution is like in the restaurant industry, they're going to be different. They're going to be different hours. They're going to put in a lot of technology to try and we look at a modern McDonald's today. Look at how few touches there are
Yes.
on a piece of food or a
Yes.
service item, and a lot of our smaller restaurants and hospitality people are going to have to implement that. My people in the hotel businesses, you figure out how a robot's going to make a bed,
Yes.
and that'll be important. But it's going to change. I mean, the margins are going to have to change.
Yes.
But I'm okay with that, because that means wages are going to have to go up, and I want to have an economy to where everybody has a living wage.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to rely on entrepreneurs, great ideas, technology to increase that wage rate for everybody.
Yeah.
Because they do. If we raise everybody's wage rate and create a matching job opportunity, food in a restaurant might cost a little more, but people are going to have more disposable income to buy it.
Yes.
That's great.
That's right.
Yeah, I've never been a fan of saying, "Oh, we want to come to Idaho because they have low wages."
That's right.
That's not a model. From the entrepreneur standpoint, we're rated number one out of all the states for job creation, and those guys want opportunities to be successful, and we want to continue to stay that. I see we got a couple states that are kind of nipping at our heels.
Yes.
And so I got to keep creating jobs so we stay number one.
That's right.
In the
That's right.
entrepreneurial communities.
Yeah, well, and I think that breeds for these entrepreneurs to try to find ways to be more productive and efficient, and use technology to leverage.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on. Some industries just require a lot of labor.
Yes.
But like in the construction industry, you don't have to be a very big contractor to say, on the weekends, I'm going to take my best equipment operator or my best, whatever it is, fill in the blank, framers, concrete guys, and we're going to train other people out there. The larger contractors are doing a lot of that. Some of it we're going to have to do through our career technical education and community colleges. But there's a lot of companies that are doing all their own training right now. So.
That's great. Well, Governor Little, thank you so much for taking the time and for your vision and for all you've done for small business and for the state of Idaho and all of our citizens. Thank you.
Keep charging forward.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jeff.
Welcome back. I'm Dave Meltzer here at Boise's Entrepreneur Week, and I have a special guest, last year's winner of the pitch competition here in Boise at the Entrepreneur Week, the startup competition, and it's Alexis Rankin. She is the CEO and founder of Chillo. And Alexis, welcome back as a victorious entrepreneur. I'm most curious, give me a status report on how much this competition 1 year ago has helped you in the advancement that you've made.
Yeah, well, first and foremost, thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. Winning this competition has led to so many different connections within the Valley and even out of the Valley, right? Silicon Slopes area, Silicon Valley. It's been a whirlwind since. Obviously, the money from the grant was a huge opportunity to continue building. My co-founder and I have bootstrapped the entire thing. So to win $20,000 for a pitch competition was a huge advancement for us. So it just continued to propel the business forward.
And most of the greatest startups that I get to see have some sort of emotional attachment. And I'd love for those that didn't see you pitch last year, for you to share exactly what Chillo does and how you came up with this extraordinary idea.
Yeah, great question. So for those who didn't see last year, my co-founder and I had moved into an apartment about 11 years ago with a woman, and we had come home from a 10-day long vacation after leaving our portion of the rent money with her to an eviction notice hanging up on our door. And when we walked into the apartment, we were just perplexed, like, what is going on? Some of our stuff was missing, her stuff was gone. And of course, after going down to the leasing office, we actually found out that she had taken our portion of the rent money and gone to Las Vegas, Nevada, getting us evicted.
Wow.
So, and thus the inspiration and idea of Chillo was born.
And I always say the best piece of advice I give to startup entrepreneurs is to stay in business. And that extra capital as you're bootstrapping obviously goes to staying in business. What are some of the things that you initially did? It's a windfall to receive $20,000 in that grant. What were some of the first things that you did with the money?
So a lot of it went to development, working out bugs. We had hired and brought on a new CTO at the time. And so it was a fantastic move on our end, business-wise, but ultimately we had to get him up to speed and up and running. He was coming over and taking someone else's code. So it was as a smooth transition could have been. And a lot of that money went into debugging, development, and advancements within the technology.
And what's the biggest challenge? I know obviously you pitched during the pandemic, so it wasn't a surprise that we're dealing with COVID, but what were some of the challenges that occurred from either the development or other aspects of the business that you weren't prepared for?
Yeah, that's another great question. We pivoted, I believe, fairly well. It actually also opened up an array of opportunities. There is really no other platforms out there that allow people, when they're looking for a roommate or place to live right now, that says, are you maintaining 6 feet? Are you vaccinated? Yes or no? Are you comfortable with me coming into your home? And so what we've done was we've integrated certain features like that on the platform, and we're currently building out in-app video conferencing calls as well for those that just simply aren't looking to have somebody step into their home without getting to know the person first, and her being a little extra precautious. So as much as it's posed some challenges, it's allowed us to pivot in a lot of different ways as well.
And you have a two-sided marketplace, which always presents challenges for a startup because you're always choosing which one should we do first, or how much should we concentrate on one or the other. What have you decided to do in the two-sided marketplace? Are you looking more towards the renters or those actually rentees?
Right now, so some of the advancements we've made here locally, because we're really focusing on growing our market here. So we have partnered with 3 different Gray Star managed communities here: Whitewater Park, the Lofts at 10 Mile, as well as Reed House, downtown Boise. And they've been phenomenal partners of ours. You can find our marketing material all over. And one of what we've realized is one of the things of property managers, one of their pain points of property managers is that their number one reason for lease termination is roommate fallout. And so through all of this research and, community-driven conversations, we've learned that there's a really big niche for that. And it goes to the double-sided marketplace, right? They have the places, and yet the roommates are still looking for a new roommate. So we've been able to partner with 3 communities locally here that has been given us the opportunity to actually have places now that are valuable for rent on the platform.
One of the other things that I've seen evolve here in Boise is the credibility quotient. Obviously, I've raised hundreds of millions of dollars in Silicon Valley, Southern California, and now internationally. And the advancement in the entrepreneurial, not only spirit, but funding that's occurring here has brought a lot of credibility for companies or startups like yours? I know there's been $2 or $3 billion exits in the past 12 months here, which brings more attention. How much credibility did you have winning the pitch competition here, since we have such a great elevated status for entrepreneurs compared to in the middle of Nebraska, for example?
Yeah. And no offense if anybody's watching from Nebraska.
No, it's just the truth.
No, I think that there was a lot of credibility that came with that. You know, we won really early on. We were only really a year in, maybe a little bit more at that point. At this point, we've had 115 organic downloads just from pure grit, grind, no paid advertising yet. That actually starts November 1st, which will be great. And so we're excited about it, and I believe that the momentum and the search engine optimization of our names and who we are and our story is getting out there organically, which has been amazing. I think there's been a lot of credibility and a lot of conversations I would not have had, or that I would have not have had that early on with investors had I not had that credibility. No investment yet. We're being very specific and careful about who we bring on, especially first. But we're now going back to those investors that we initially had those conversations with after gaining credibility last year and starting to have some momentum there for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting play with the property managers. Was that something that you knew about before the pitch competition, or was it an area that you were going to explore afterwards? It was just something that evolved from the financing and the ability to be more creative?
Somewhat unrelated. One of the communities here approached us. They just said, this is a pain point. We love what you guys are doing. Let's meet. And I firmly believe in affirmations and manifesting. And I was told early on, you get into Gray Star, that is just, you're good as gold, right? And so I just said, okay, we'll get into Gray Star and we'll do it around this time. And it was as if, magic had happened. They had emailed us and they had reached out, and the rest is history from there. And we're just continuing to build those partnerships. We take them very seriously, right? So I give them my direct phone number. I personally drop off the marketing material. If there is a bug in the app, I give them my direct phone number. We want to make sure we're providing the highest level because, they've are taking the risk in partnering with us early on as well.
I'll have to use you an example. You're someone that I manifested. Actually, my first book I wrote is called Manifesting Everything You Want in Life and Business, and boom, here you are. That. So it's very good. Let's get to the pitching side of things. I'm blessed to be the executive producer of Entrepreneur's Elevator Pitch, and then have produced my own show called 2 Minute Drill, which we're incorporating into the pitch competition, utilizing the same format and structure. Would love to know why you think you won the competition. What was it about your pitch that you think swayed or attracted the judges?
That's a great question. I organize my thoughts and I practice it like a monologue. Now you're the pro, so I don't know if I'm doing it right or wrong, but we were acknowledged as being one of the better ones.
You're the pro.
So it worked. I took a lot of acting classes as a kid, cadence. Though I talk fast, I have to remind myself, slow down. But other than that, I just felt like I can be somewhat engaging, and I'm very organized with my thoughts. And the way that I executed it was very purposeful. So I memorized it like a monologue. When people ask me, because I got that question a lot after the first presentation, they were like, gosh, it's as if you had practiced over. And I said, well, yeah, I listened to it falling asleep, my own recording. It's a little weird, but I got over it.
Smart.
And I just memorized it as if it was a monologue, so I could focus more on the cadence, direct eye contact, and engaging the audience in a different way.
One of the things that's an intangible is energy. Mm-hmm. And since you're this amazing manifester as well, I'd love to get your insight on clarity, balance, and focus comes from that practice, which creates what's called a confident energy. I call it 120 energy, where you walk into a room, Alexis, and you lit the room up. So I wasn't even looking, and I felt, I'm empathetic, so I felt your presence. How much of the energy, because you bring it in this interview, and it evokes confidence in an investor when you're like, oh yeah, I'm betting on this jockey. I don't care what the horse is, and your horse is a great horse, but I bet on you as a jockey. You come into a room, you light it up, you speak with confidence, with attention and intention, besides the connotation and intonation of the acting skills that you have. How important is your energy? Do you focus in on how you bring it before you pitch or before a presentation? Is that something you're aware of, or is it just natural?
I would say it's probably more natural. I am somebody who can just leave it at the door. And so I've been able to do that my whole life, which has been great. You would never know if I walked into a room to do a pitch or something like this if I'm dealing with a million other things. I have a lot of other things like so many entrepreneurs have going on. I'm also still part-time running Keller Williams Realty Boise here as the vice president and co-president. It's been a little wild of a ride. So it's given us a lot of relationships and insights to build Chillo. And as we bootstrap, I've walked away a little bit more slowly. So when it goes back to energy, I think you have to dial it in and be purposeful with the choice of energy, because if you allow others, sometimes you said you're an
Empathetic, yeah.
Empathetic. That's fantastic. And I know sometimes being empathetic, you can probably allow other people's energy to like drain you a bit. So I've been really aware of that because I deal with people's problems all day and I can't make them my own. So I'm really checking in on my own energy when I walk into a room, if I'm presenting or doing something like this, to make sure I'm not only draining other people, but keeping it up myself and bringing that energy, especially doing what I do.
You should have 3 teenage daughters like me, and then you'll realize about a time and energy suck.
Oh, yep.
Beyond entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Moreover, though, you brought up an interesting thing about bootstrapping your business. One of the most common questions when I coach people is when should I raise money and how much? And I love asking entrepreneurs their perspective of when, now that you're growing, when should you raise money and how much do you think you should raise?
Gosh, I wish we weren't on camera because I'd turn around and ask you to give me advice.
I can.
I mean,
can do that.
I don't know the answer to that. All I know is, and have learned, the more users and the more you have on your platform, the more engagement, the farther along you are, the less you're going to give up. So go until you absolutely have to. And Kevin Learned here locally gave me that advice. It was like, why are you raising money? You can afford this.
Yeah, so that's exactly the other part of it. So I can give you some advice is, so there's only 2 values that you have to worry about in your company. There's a perceived value and a bottom line value. Everyone gets too confused trying to decide otherwise. So for example, you don't want to go as far as you can if somebody comes in and says, you know what, I own the biggest property management company in the world and I want to put $100 million into your company at $1 billion valuation. Then your whole world, right? You don't need the money, right? It's not the last minute, but the perceived value is so high, and it exceeds your bottom line so much, and it provides you so much opportunity, you would take it. So I think having people reverse engineer where their perceived value is of their business at all time, where the bottom line value is of all time, and then the timing and risk tolerance by attracting as many offers, since you are a manifestor, attracting as many offers as you can and not limiting your beliefs or the exposure that you have where you don't believe that there are opportunities like that. Because I see it happen every day where people are closed-minded in this more vacuumous, well, I'll raise money when I can, and they're limiting themselves when, you know, I'm looking at what you're doing as a huge opportunity, because I never thought of, when we sat down and I did my research on your company and was so excited, I never realized the property management aspect because of the fact you said more people default because of roommate. That's a huge business issue that can be capitalized and leveraged, which is probably part of the reason, you know, you also, besides being an incredible pitch person, won that competition. So beyond that, people. I always say, you know, the things I don't like about being an entrepreneur is employees and overhead. In fact, if you don't like someone, my best piece of advice is say, oh, I hope your company grows and maybe you have thousands of employees and tons of office space. You just cursed them and they think you love them. For you, what's your biggest challenge of an entrepreneur with the people?
I've been really blessed. We've kept it very small. Affordability, a couple different things, choice. So I've been really blessed. We did run into our first developer. It wasn't great, to be honest, and that's okay. But we had brought on somebody else who's now a partner in this business who's fantastic. I have a great head of marketing and assistant. We've been very diligent and, again, purposeful on bringing on interns from Boise State. So we currently have 4 interns that are with us, and they're gaining a ton out of it and a ton of value. And then, of course, my co-founder and husband, Steven. So it's a small knit, little tight group of us. And sometimes I think when you have the right people in place, people are like, you got to grow your staff or your employees. And I'm like, when you have 4 or 5 high quality people, you don't. And sometimes, like you said, it creates a lot of nightmares, expenses, W-2, overhead, all the things.
Very, very smart.
Yeah.
Best piece of advice I got is trust and vet when it
Yeah.
comes to people, especially. Well, what a pleasure it's been. There's no wonder you won last year's competition.
Thank you.
It's so exciting to meet you. Alexis Rankin, co-founder of Chillo and last year's winner of the Entrepreneur Startup Pitch Competition. Thank you so much for joining me.
Appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, this is David Meltzer. Coming up next, we have the 2021 Pitch Competition. That's the 2-minute drill edition. I know a little bit about that. But first, a word from our sponsors.
We, like you, have had to be agile and innovative this year. We rolled up our sleeves and changed how we do business. Why? Because the world needed wireless connectivity more than ever. You needed LTE solutions for things like temporary healthcare sites, drive-through virus testing, contactless temperature sensing, and emergency response. You needed wireless for buses being used as Wi-Fi hotspots in underserved communities. You needed it for curbside retail, employees working from home, and drones that deliver virus tests in remote locations. Cradlepoint has been there for you in 2020, and will continue to support you with wireless edge solutions, no matter what tomorrow might bring.
Mom and pop shops, startups, hangouts, main streets, dreams. The economic backbone of our communities. To support them with CARES Act relief, our teams went into overdrive, working round the clock, ramping up to process SBA Paycheck Protection Program loans in unprecedented volumes. Bankers were there for clients, weekends and nights, knowing they had to deliver. As businesses struggled, we rose to the test, pushed with remarkable nimbleness to bring hope, reminding them we've got their back and their future. Zions Bank, SBA is our middle name.
You're about to watch the 2021 Boise Entrepreneur Week Pitch Competition.
I'm Robert Gillingham.
Hi, I'm Molly.
This year, we're excited to partner with David Meltzer's 2-minute drill.
If I speak like that, I can fit in anything that I want.
In years past, our contestants had 10 minutes to deliver their pitch. This year, they only have 2 minutes. That's it.
Right where it should be.
They have 120 seconds to impress the judges for the grand prize of $25,000.
It'd be a big boost for our company right now.
It would lead us to that first round of fundraising.
You want to answer that one?
The winner then gets to move on and participate in season 3 of David Meltzer's 2-minute drill to win an additional $50,000.
I'm gonna try really hard not to cry.
Get ready for some fast fire pitches. This is Boise's version of the 2-minute drill. Coming up is Amplify, a B2B marketplace matching businesses to influencers. Let's take a look.
My name is Sean Stallings. I'm the CEO and founder of Amplify, the Airbnb of influencer marketing. Where Amplify steps in is it fills that gap to help small and mid-sized businesses find and work with influencers in a matter of minutes to really start and scale their influencer marketing. This is my pitch for 2-minute drill. Introducing David, an e-com business owner and survivor of one of the worst nightmares any digital marketer can experience. You see, all of David's advertising was done through Facebook ads, and then, without warning, Facebook locked David out of his own account for almost 3 weeks, leaving him a bystander to his own business with no control, only to watch precious time and money slip away. In his scramble to look for other methods of advertising, he became sold on influencer marketing. So he opened Instagram, spent hours searching for influencers, sent tons of cold messages, and for what? Next to no replies. This led David to look for tools that might help, and to his dismay, any tools that might have helped were charging thousands in subscription fees, even to access them. The Davids of the world have once again been boxed out by big businesses getting bigger while the rest of us look on. Well, not anymore. Enter Amplify, the Airbnb of influencer marketing, a way for businesses, small and mid-sized businesses, to easily start and scale their influencer marketing, while also allowing influencers to make money and earn reviews in the process. Just this past week, we observed a brand using the old way you saw just a second ago, and a brand using the Amplify way. The brand not using Amplify, similar to David's experience, spent a painful amount of time for no results, while the brand using Amplify easily found influencers, messaged them, and had a feature ready to go in a matter of minutes. If you were David and wanted to hire an influencer, you could simply head to our live marketplace, amplify.io, set filters just as you would when searching for a rental on Airbnb, scroll through the results, and book influencers right then and there. So quick and easy, anyone can do it. Since launching 4 months ago, we've grown to nearly 200 influencers and 100 brands. We've had several transactions on the platform, which, like Airbnb, is how we make our money, through a transaction fee. Today, we're seeking $300,000, which in 12 months allows us to scale our unique go-to-market plan, which will result in 100,000 influencers and 25,000 brands on Amplify. So join us in handing an incredibly powerful tool to the Davids of the world, allowing them to sustainably grow their brands with influencers. Thank you.
The lack of community and access to resources for videographers inspired our next presenter. Let's check out Eucalyptus TV and Film Studios.
Hi, I'm John Mark Crum. I'm from Boise, Idaho. I'm the founder of Eucalyptus TV and Film Studio. So I work at Channel 7, KTV, as an editor. I'm not used to being on this side of the camera. I'm used to being on that side of the camera. I was talking with Mia, who's a local filmmaker, and she's just an upcoming filmmaker and awesome. And she told me, like, we're all believing in you. You know, we spend millions of dollars, getting equipment. And even for Boise State, our football games, the locals are actually crewed by a company in Portland. And so for us to actually have more creative control, and when people in video production companies come to Boise, they're actually going to hire locals, because now there's a source and a window for them to do that and to actually get local equipment. And this is our pitch for 2 Minute Drill. Hi, I'm John Mark Crum, founder and creator of Eucalyptus TV and Film Studio. I'm a video creator. Can you imagine your life without video? Video is critical to our society, but content creators often have more vision than resources and lack the infrastructure to create the type of great content they want and make an income doing that. Our resources are isolated, fragmented, and inefficient. Businesses and individuals in Boise spend millions of dollars on video content, yet as a creator, I can't access a tripod. Our studio is a simple solution to that. We're building from the ground up the local supermarket for video creators by giving diverse creators of all ages access to talented crew, skills training, modern equipment, and paid gigs, adding tremendous value to our emerging video lifestyle by providing a sense of place and community where innovation and creativity are encouraged and practical skills are developed. We know this will have a positive and sustainable impact on creative storytelling abilities, turning video content roads into video content highways. As markets move towards the globalization of shared goods and services, our studio's holistic approach is right for this window in the content creation market. With the lack of immediate bandwidth to leverage our partnerships and networks, $25,000 would give us the bandwidth to execute and could immediately leverage our partnerships, allowing us to bring in millions of dollars of infrastructure into Boise and change video production in a way that is economically and creatively vibrant. Video creators are thirsty in Boise, and we're going to give them something cool to drink. Our studio is creating the synergy between culture, warm community, skilled crews, world-class equipment, and great training. Healthy things tend to grow. Come and grow with us.
Here's an unlikely marriage for you to see. Virtual reality and law put in one business. Let's check out this next pitch by Just.
I'm Bill.
And I'm Annie, and we're with Just. Really, to be in a courtroom environment is traditionally hard. You have to rent a space, you have to have the facility. With virtual reality, you can put a headset on and be anywhere in the world.
There's just so much inefficiency in courtrooms and in legal training in general. Right now, we have bootstrapped this thing entirely from our own funds, so having any additional cash would be a big help for us.
This is our 2-minute drill pitch.
Hi, I'm Bill Smith, and I'm here with Annie Morley. We are two of the founders of Just, the world's first legal training and virtual reality legal proceedings platform. Practical courtroom experience has always been difficult to get in the legal industry, and once you get there, it's difficult to stay polished. So we've decided to solve this problem. We have myself, who's been a trial lawyer for more than 20 years, and Dennis Shoemaker and Annie Morley, who are both experienced virtual reality executives. The legal industry is expected to grow to more than $713 billion in 2023. And traditionally, this industry has been recession-proof. However, the industry is facing change like it never has before. We intend to be there to capitalize on this change.
As you can see there on your screen, this is a video of our MVP. Here, users can record and review themselves giving presentations in virtual reality. Next, we'll be unlocking the multi-user functionality, which will give more opportunity for collaboration as well as training. At the end of the day, we are going to become a full legal proceedings immersive platform. Right now, we're part of the Legal Tech Hub of Europe's Accelerator. This has given us a great opportunity to really hone in on our business internationally as well as domestically. We know that in the US market, trial attorneys, universities, and law schools are our target customers. Universities are reaching out to us right now to get this product in their hands. The business model is software as a service, and from a pricing standpoint, that looks like similar to the cost of a textbook. We are looking to raise $1.5 million in seed funding with a $3.5 million second tranche. Now that will go towards development and marketing as well as IP expansion. If we win this contest, we will put those funds towards development to unlock features that universities are asking for right now. Thank you.
If the folks in your IT department lay awake at night wondering if their information is shared securely with others, you're going to want to check out our next presenter. Let's check out InfoSecure.
My name is Tim Kraus from Spokane, Washington. Well, the problem that we're solving with InfoSecure is data security and protection. There's so much data out there, right? And it's all over the place. It's on-prem servers, it's in the cloud, it's all over. And so we're trying to make it easy for companies to be able to secure it for their employees as well as for vendors and external customers. This is our pitch for the 2-minute drill. Hi, my name is Tim Kraus, and I'm excited to share with you InfoSecure, the best way to share data securely and protect it fiercely. We have a massive data problem. Companies have increasing amounts of data, which are very complex. There's lots of changing security regulations, and it's difficult to maintain data governance. Our solution is InfoSecure. We help companies with sensitive data to share their data securely, giving people the right access internally with employees and externally with partners, customers, and vendors. An excellent example of this would be a hospital, which has sensitive patient information, medical history, and provider data. The doctor, hospital, and providers all need secure access to the patient information, and that's what InfoSecure does. We provide easy access for all users. We also provide consistent policy enforcement in one location, and we're future-proof for additional compliance changes. Our technology is scalable. It works on any database, and it's easy to implement. Now, our competitors are more complex, they're more expensive, and they don't perform as well. Now, there's no new technology needed to run InfoSecure, and we're the only application that speeds up queries and doesn't slow them down. InfoSecure started as a project within our consulting practice, and now we have some great early customers. Our team has startup experience working with small, medium, and large companies, and we have several successful exits. And we have traction. With 4 customers and growing, our revenue is $25,000 to $100,000 per year per client. We're asking for $1.5 million to help take InfoSecure to market rapidly. We would use the money to scale sales and product development. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next presenter is on the cutting edge of electronic device manufacturing. Let's check out Inflex Labs.
My name is David Estrada. I'm originally from Nampa, Idaho, and our company, I am a co-founder of Inflex Labs Technology, where we make materials for the flexible electronics industry. Our niche is actually to expand the material inventory for this industry. It'd be a big boost for our company right now. We are at a critical juncture where we are positioning right now to submit a proposal to the National Science Foundation to further enable this technology and scale it up. And so that $25,000 will help us fund that proposal writing. And this is our pitch for the 2-minute drill. My name is David Estrada. I'm president and co-founder of Inflex Labs, where we make materials and technologies for a flexible world. I want you to imagine a world where electronics interface with our body to monitor disease such as Parkinson's or predict stroke or heart attack, or where flexible and conformal electronics surround our environment, looking at things, structural health monitoring and critical infrastructure such as our energy grid. To realize that dream, we have to take rigid electronics and convert them into a flexible form factor such as this. More than that, we need materials to enable inks that are compatible with roll-to-roll manufacturing systems, such as those jetting technologies shown here. Our company has realized a multi-jet compatible line of inks to enable this world, including gold, platinum, nickel, 2D material inks, and energy harvesting thermoelectrics. We were founded in 2018 as a startup lab out of our academic research lab at Boise State University. My colleague Harish Subbaraman is our chief technical officer with 15 years of industry experience in print and flexible electronics. We are leveraging our global network and $25 million in externally funded research programs to advance this technology. We have established our conflict management plans and user agreements with the university and secured an exclusive license to our patent pending technology. We've raised $270,000 from Idaho Global Entrepreneurship Mission to scale up production of our inks and made our first sale earlier this year. Our goal with this investment is to capture 1% of the digital ink market for additive electronics manufacturing over the next 5 years. The conductive ink market is a subset of the $27 billion additive manufacturing market that is valued currently at about $4 billion. With our technology and our unique formulations, we believe that we will rise to the top of the field for nanomaterial inks. Join us at Inflex Labs and invest in the future for flexible electronics.
Our next presenter is a blast from the past, last year's Trail Mix finalist. She ensures that you can indulge in healthy ways. Let's check out Hot Eric Honey.
My name is Molly Munster. I'm the founder and creator of Hot Eric Honey, and I'm 4th generation Idahoan. We're in a time where people really are seeking out functional foods. Whole foods are healing. Food is medicine, and Hot Eric Honey fills that gap. It's delicious and healthful and addictive. Hot Eric Honey was a fun text exchange with a dear friend of mine. I was texting her the ingredients of my blend, and she autocorrect stepped in and changed honey and turmeric to Hot Eric. And so she wrote me back saying, "Who's Eric?" So we started lovingly calling it Hot Eric. And when I went to have it branded, they said, "Yes, you're keeping it." This is my pitch for the 2-minute drill. Honey makes turmeric taste good. Hi, I'm Molly, founder of Hot Eric Honey, a dynamic superfood company that utilizes the power of anti-inflammatory turmeric blended with raw honey to create a delicious wellness remedy that supports a healthy immune system. In 2018, I was trying to solve some health concerns for my family by cooking foods boosted with medicinal herbs, but without sacrificing the taste. I searched the marketplace for options, and what I found never really quite hit the mark and tasted terrible. So I got to work creating my own trade secret, a magical blend that delivers sweet, delicious wellness in every jar. Food is medicine. Honey is an ancient remedy. Hot Eric honey is a premium organic product that can be enjoyed by everyone, everywhere. I'm currently growing Hot Eric honey with a focus on direct-to-consumer sales. People are more focused on their immune health than any other time in recent history. My health-conscious customers believe in the power of functional food because it's real. Today, Hot Eric honey ships all over the nation and Europe. We have 41 wholesale partners that serve and sell Hot Eric. We've been profitable from day one, and we've grown 30% every year. This year, we saw our biggest month in sales, grossing $11,000. Imagine all of this accomplished without a marketing budget. Zero. Word-of-mouth testimonies, beautiful branding, and honest ingredients are our secret sauce. I'm here to win, and winning $25,000 would help support a national online marketing campaign that could help me reach a whole new audience. Hot Eric honey is successful. We are growth-minded, motivated, and rooted in love. I have big plans to keep innovating more wellness products to share with the world. So help me keep spreading the pure golden love.
Our next presenter is Northwest Carbon. They take the most abundant element in the universe and turn it into a business. Let's check it out.
Carbon is the life atom. If you look at all the elements, it's the life atom. It's the most widely known element, but it's also one of the most underutilized in terms of industrial repurposing.
It allows us to use waste wood products, things that are normally left behind, things that can cause wildfires. What we're doing here can go a long way towards minimizing that, cleaning up the watershed, and for me, that's just what makes it worthwhile. So I'm Vermont.
And I'm Lee, and this is our pitch for the 2-minute drill. Hi, my name is Lee Greschel, and I am the CEO of Northwest Carbon. Biochar has been around for a millennia and has been primarily used as a soil additive or for charcoal. In the last 5 years, science has demonstrated this is a serious limitation on the resource. For Northwest Carbon, biochar is the feedstock, and specialty carbon or smart char is the finished product. There are several uses for smart char. We're focusing our initial efforts on environmental cleanup. Our smart char products have demonstrated a 99% reduction in toxic heavy metals, with lab tests and ongoing R&D taking place. Technology has significantly improved in this industry to create markets for industrial-grade diamonds, graphene, and carbon credits. Phase 1 of our business plan is to polish source biochar from Oregon and Washington. We can process and resell the char for up to 80% margins. Northwest Carbon Inc. has identified several areas of intellectual property associated with our manufacturing processes. The money we are asking for in this competition will go towards further product testing. Phase 1 and Phase 2 numbers are listed below with increasing production capacity. I'm Lee Greschel, and I have over a decade of experience in entrepreneurship and venture capital. Vermont Trotter has a significant background in the timber and aerospace industries in the North Idaho region. Joe Raisler is our Chief Science Officer and one of the nation's leading experts in biochar product research and development. Tom Nelson is our Senior Business Advisor with over 25 years of experience in the packaging and plastics industry. We sincerely thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Our next presenter is passionate about helping women maximize their full potential, just like she did. Let's check out Maggie.
I'm Jenny Anderson. I am from Cookeville, Tennessee, and have been living in Boise for the last 5 years. And I'm the founder of Maggie, and we help women land tech jobs without being techie. Ultimately, what drives me is the ability to impact women who are a lot like me, right? Like, I come from poverty. I know what it's like to struggle, to be homeless, to not know where your next meal is going to come from. And I think about the women who I've been able to talk to and work with, and that's like prior sex workers and women who have maybe not graduated high school even, or just barely got out of college or dropped out or had kids young and had a whole change of their life trajectory. And they had no idea that these kinds of jobs were available to them. What I do at Maggie isn't about anything for me. It's about helping other women like me. And this is my pitch for 2-Minute Drill. I am Jenny Anderson, the founder of Maggie, an organization that connects women from underserved communities and non-traditional professional backgrounds with high-paying, hard-to-fill jobs in tech sales. Think of us like Girls Who Code, but for women and moms in sales. See, I come from deep generational poverty. I've spent most of my life living on public assistance and food stamps, and when I wasn't, I was still living paycheck to paycheck. 12 years ago, I was homeless and living in a motel. 6 years ago, I was a retail manager making just $28,000 a year, and all of that changed 5 years ago when I found my way to business sales. And in that time, I have aggressively grown my career and income, going from an individual contributor to a director of sales, leading, training, and inspiring sales teams at hyper-growth tech startups, including a $6 billion tech unicorn. Business-to-business sales changed my life. Tech sales changed my life. And it's my sole mission to be able to do that for other women. Women come to Maggie looking for the ability to leave low-wage, unfulfilling jobs and land lucrative, legitimate work-from-home opportunities. And we prepare them for successful sales careers through a hybrid learning experience, a community of mentors and thought leaders and industry professionals, education on how to land your first tech job and an interview prep and career placement, as well as financial education to be able to successfully navigate their own journey from poverty to prosperity. Tech talent's really hard to find, and diversity drives revenue. But even the very best intentions to get more women into tech sales are failing because only 1 in 4 tech sellers are women. And this is so important to companies that they pay a premium to boot camps and recruiters to be able to get access to this talent. $10,000 to $20,000 per hire. And very conservative estimates on just 10 hires per month would mean over $1 million in revenue in the first year. And I have no intention of stopping at that point. In order to help more women change their lives, I need your help, your investment, your guidance, and your network to be able to do this. Let's change lives together.
If you're anything like me and you absolutely hate losing your expensive gear in the field, you're gonna wanna check out this next pitch. Let's see Karmic Outdoors.
I'm Robert from Boise, Idaho. We are Karmic Outdoors. I was fly fishing on the Owyhee River. I found a fly rod. I wanted to get it back to the owner, but I couldn't. I posted on social media, I posted on Craigslist. I got phone calls, but they weren't for the fly rod that I had in my hand. And it really made me think that this person, I'm sure, went home and had to tell their significant other that they just lost a fly rod and really wanted to get it back. And I really wanted to give it back, but I couldn't. And I thought there just has to be something better out there than a Sharpie. And so there wasn't, so I created something. This is my pitch for the 2-Minute Drill. Hi, I'm Robert Gillingham, founder of Karmic Outdoors, and we are the world leader in outdoor gear recovery. As an avid outdoor enthusiast myself, I found 3 problems. Number 1, people lose gear. Number 2, people find this gear, they want to return it, but they can't. And number 3, there's a disconnect between manufacturers and the end consumer. Our extremely durable lost and found decals have a unique ID number in them, which links people to what they value in our database. The gear that we have as outdoor enthusiasts is extremely expensive or sentimental or frankly irreplaceable. It might be a hand-me-down from granddad, and if he's gone, you can't replace that. We launched last year at the Boise State Entrepreneurial Challenge. We won that for the product track, and since we've generated over $30,000 in revenue, but next year's projected to be a huge year for us with over 500% growth. Right now, I have purchase orders for over 50,000 decals, and we're looking good. We currently have 2 manufacturing partnerships with 3 more in the works. What we found is that manufacturers really are excited to work with us because our lost and found service incentivizes consumers to actually register the product. Our secret sauce is that our service provides value to consumers, so they're likely to register that product. And we can sell that information back to manufacturers. With success in the outdoor market, which happens to be larger than the pharmaceutical and the fossil fuel industries combined, we can scale to other markets such as photography and power tools and technology, because our incentive to actually register that product and transfer that customer information is highly desirable by any manufacturer in any industry. I'd be happy to talk about our retail and direct-to-consumer sales, as well as our recurring revenue model for lost and found companies who use our individualized decals for asset tracking and inventory management. Our service has the ability to profitably connect people to their gear, losers to finders, and manufacturers to their consumers. I really need the $25,000 to fund my growth, fund my purchase orders, and attend expos next year. Thank you for your time. We are Karmic Outdoors.
Our next presenter is developing an app designed to help you step up your parenting game. Let's take a look at Crib Coaching.
Many parents, during their transition to parenthood, as soon as they have a baby, aren't sure what to do with their baby. Like, there's no manual that comes at the hospital when you pick up your baby or when you have your baby. And there are, online classes, there are different opportunities for parents to learn, but often those classes are long and parents usually only do them when they're in a 911 emergency. They take a sleep coaching class after they haven't slept for 3 weeks. They do a potty training class after they've done 3 loads of laundry that day. That's where the idea of creating small little tasks, little challenges, games, so that parents can really every day feel successful and learn little bits of information. This is our pitch for 2-minute drill. I'm Jill, the founder of Crib Coaching. I was the perfect mom until I had my first child. And then I realized this is a lot harder than it looks. I remember sitting in the living room and staring at he was about 4 months old at the time, son, and feeling so disconnected and thinking, what's wrong with me? Where is that motherly instinct people told me I should have? Many new moms and dads have similar experiences during their transition to parenthood. My team and I are prototyping the Crib Coaching app, which gamifies parental education. A parent would get on the app, fill out an opening survey, and choose a goal to get started. Our app then tailors a learning experience for each parent, in which every day they have little daily challenges where they can earn points, get rewards, level up their parenting, and even mentor other parents. We have over 25 parenting experts creating online classes on topics such as potty training, sleep coaching, toddler tantrums. Our customers include individual parents. We sell through daycares and have contracts with local YMCAs and Head Starts. There are over 56 million parents in the United States with children under 5 years old. If we were to get 0.5% of the market share paying $10 a month, we'd be making $336 million a year. Our next steps are clear. Finish the prototype and test it. Later this fall, we will be raising $275,000 to bring our app to market. We are asking for $25,000, which will enable us to complete our prototype and test it before taking on investors. With your help, we will be able to gamify parental education and give parents the tools that they need to level up their parenting.
Up next is Revenate. They're taking the headache out of renovation. Let's take a look.
Revolutionizing renovation is important because tradespeople and contractors are underwater in too much work. So creating efficiencies in this system allows homeowners and commercial property owners to have a much better experience while significantly reducing the burden on these very taxed contractors. Here's our pitch for the 2-minute drill. I'm Gabe, co-founder and CTO at Revenate. Since moving to Boise, I've renovated several homes. Here's what I've learned. Remodel contractors are super busy, but they're spread thin managing subs and delayed materials order. They need help. Property owners don't know what design trade-offs are needed to hit their budget, leading to situations like if margins are too low, contractors just leave. With no upfront design process, owners change their mind. The reason why significant remodels end in frustration or litigation boils down to a lack of definition of project scope right up front. Revenate's big vision is to empower property owners and small to medium-sized contractors with the ability to consistently and accurately scope remodel projects. Here's how it works. Contractors send their leads to Revenate, or homeowners can come directly to us. Homeowners pay Revenate a fixed design fee. Using existing tech, Revenate captures a dimensionally accurate 3D model. With that model, Revenate brings homeowners through a fully virtual pre-construction service. Revenate helps homeowners visualize exactly what they want with photorealistic renderings like this, with key materials lists automatically generated, along with transparent accounting of full project price and, when needed, permit sets and full construction docs. Contractors who partner with Revenate evolve from being quality builders to being a full design build shop literally overnight. We announced our beta 2 months ago and are working on just under $1 million of remodel spend. The first remodel we initiated completed its build last week. The opportunity in just our 2 launch cities is pre-construction on over 20,000 remodels each year. Now, imagine a world where Revenate securely hosts the digital twin of a majority of U.S. homes, generating detailed workflows for every transaction comprising the $430 billion home maintenance and improvement category. We started Revenate as a public benefit corporation on a mission to save contractors time and ensure they'll make consistent money by converting property owners from random leads to accurately scoped, shovel-ready, prepared remodel customers. Thank you.
Up next is Cargo Made Easy, an automatic qualifier from the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge. Cargo Made Easy ensures that there is safety in the logistics industry and helps businesses save money. Let's check it out.
So Cargo Made Easy designs and manufactures motorized tie-down straps. I've seen so many accidents caused from failing to secure a load, not just what happens to the truckers, but the families that are involved from it. To start a company is hard enough. I love being around this kind of environment. These are people who know what I'm going through. I am in the pursuit of something that's going to make a difference in the world. This is my 2-minute drill. Hello, my name is Adam Stock. I am the founder of Cargo Made Easy, and I am proud to come from a family of truck drivers. My grandfather, father, and uncles were all truckers. I've grown up around trucking. In the United States, over $500 million is generated through the logistics industry. Last year alone, due to COVID-19, this industry has grown 45%. Though these numbers are great, there are still problems in the industry. 11% of products are damaged during the transportation process, and over 200,000 accidents occur due to logistics failures. My customers used to have this problem. Back then, when an employee would fail to secure a load because they didn't have a strap on hand, or because they were just too lazy to untangle the strap they did have. These little problems cost individual companies thousands of dollars a year in liability cost and product damage. These little problems can also become bigger. In the United States, annually, there are over 500 deaths that occur due to logistics accidents. My grandfather was one of those 500 deaths. My family knows firsthand the importance of safety in the logistics industry. And that's why we at Cargo Made Easy design and manufacture motorized tie-down straps that are integrated into truck beds and trailers. A strap is always ready and available for use, never tangles, and is so simple to operate with just the press of a button. Our Kevlar straps are knife resistant and flame resistant, making us the first lockable cargo system on the market. And it can be installed with just the use of a drill and a few wrenches. I am finishing my degree in mechanical engineering and already have years of industry experience. I've surrounded myself with a team of industry experts and business professionals. And with the funds, we will be able to finish our U.S. utility patent and purchase a CNC plasma table. I appreciate your time, and I ask that you consider Cargo Made Easy.
If it was up to our next presenter, we would eliminate all hospital medication errors. Let's check out Crimson Medical.
I'm Stephen Bone, CEO and co-founder of Crimson Medical Solutions. We're focused on improving nurses' workflow, and we're currently making an IV line organization system to reduce medication errors. Winning 2-minute drill would be game-changing for Crimson Medical Solutions. This would really be that step that we need to get to the next level. This is our pitch for 2-minute drill. Crimson Medical Solutions is a healthcare innovation company empowering nurses to provide excellent patient care. I'm Stephen Bone, CEO and co-founder of Crimson Medical Solutions, and I have a sister who's a nurse. We started this company because we all have personal connections to nurses and know their need for improved working conditions. My co-founders, Tyler and Tanner, and I have formed a team around us with experience in nursing, healthcare administration, and sales and distribution for medical devices. The problem we're solving is medication errors caused by IV line disorganization, which costs the average hospital $3 million per year due to increasing average length of stay. Additionally, the 6,000 hospitals in the US faced $55 billion in malpractice lawsuits every year. Our solution is the IV Manager, which will be the standardization of IV line organization. The IV Manager color codes, labels, and organizes IV lines to create a safer environment to reduce medication errors. The nurses at the hospital that we're trialing at have said that the IV Manager helps with safe drug administration. The IV Manager does not require pre-market approval with the FDA, and we have an issued utility patent. To go to market, we're working with a specialty dealer, Co-Medical, that has a sales team dedicated to IV line products. We'll be working directly with their sales reps in Spokane and Seattle to initiate our first accounts. We sell our product for $3 to hospitals and have initially a 65% margin due to injection molding with room to upscale. With the average department volumes for ICUs and MSUs, where they use the most IV lines, the average hospital account is $40,000 per year. When servicing all 6,000 hospitals in the US, that gives us a $240 million market annually. We'll soon be doing a pre-seed round, but $20,000 will give us 6 months to be working directly with our sales reps to establish our first accounts. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Boise Entrepreneur Week live studio here at Trellet in downtown Boise. I hope you really enjoyed the 13 pitches you just saw. 2 minutes each, shouldn't have been too bad, about 30 minutes long. This year we had 13 semifinalists, as opposed to 12. We had an extra participant because Cargo Made Easy won the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge in the spring of this year. And so we had 13. I have here with me David Meltzer from the 2 Minute Drill, welcome. Melanie Rubaki from Perkins Coie, as well as Andy Scoggin from Scoggin Capital Investments. All three of you were judges. Yep. So why don't we start briefly by sort of recapping your experience as a judge. What did you think about the pitches? Andy, why don't you share with us what you thought about the pitches?
You know, I've had the pleasure to be able to do a lot of pitches here in Boise from different settings, and I've seen a lot of really great pitches over the last 4 or 5 years, and I think this was just remarkable. I think having to pack it in 2 minutes and really put it together, these competitors, every one of them, told the whole message in a way that was really gripping. And you know, all of us deal with venture, and we hear pitches, and we know that it's not an easy place to be when you're on that other side of the table, and they just did great.
Melanie, can I get you to comment briefly on the 13 pitches?
I thought they were sensational. As you know, TM, and a lot of folks know, I've been doing this for quite a long time. I've seen a lot of different iterations in our community, different starts and stops to let's call it the venture cycle and people's enthusiasm with the venture ecosystem. And I just was really impressed. I thought the quality was great. I loved the diversity of ideas and the participants. Just a whole lot of excitement. I was honored to judge.
Speaking of the participants, all 13 are with us live on Zoom right now, and I'm sure they are anxiously awaiting the announcement that we've been dragging out for the last couple of weeks. But before we get to that, we have here with us David Meltzer from the 2 Minute Drill. This is a really big deal, you guys. We have formatted our Boise Entrepreneur Week pitch after the 2 Minute Drill this year. David, why don't you tell us why you partnered with us? Why Boise?
I've been blessed to view pitches from around the world. I have 2 different pitch shows that air on Bloomberg, on Amazon Prime Video. So I've seen thousands of pitches, and the evolution of Boise's Entrepreneur Startup Week, the environment here. I think there's $3 billion exits I saw in the last 12 months here. I will tell you that these 13 pitches that I saw are the best that I've seen anywhere. Silicon Valley to Malta, which has another small, thriving entrepreneur community. So congratulations to all 13 of you. You all are worthy of being on all of my TV shows. So please apply for seasons 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever you want. You are incredible. And the businesses themselves are excellent as well.
Why don't we talk a little bit about the season 3? So the winner of this pitch competition automatically qualifies to participate in your show. What can they expect? What can they win? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, number one, the exposure is probably the most valuable thing. It's a pitch-only show. So I executive produce a funding show, and the funding facade always bothered me. So we created 2-minute drills so that we could just judge the pitch. And with the help of our partners from Outpost, we have $50,000 each episode of cash and prizes for the winner. We also give a Junior Achievement Impact Award for the company that has the most social impact as well. But it airs on Bloomberg TV every Friday and then Amazon Prime Video. And so you'll get world exposure. It's also in Geo in India. So you'll get so much attention for your business as well as credibility, because the judges are also some of the world's greatest entrepreneurs. The Joni Rogers Conte, the Kim Perels, the Cindy Eckerts, the Rory Katayas, Jason Waller, from literally a trailer park in Michigan to $1 billion solar company. These people really know pitch. So you'll learn a lot, you'll get great awareness, and hopefully you'll win a lot of money.
What a great opportunity.
Yeah.
So on that note, I do want to give a shout out and a big thank you to The Outpost. Jacqueline Charters has brought this opportunity, being David Meltzer and the 2-minute drill partnership, to Boise Entrepreneur Week this year. Thank you very much for that. And without killing any more time and without further ado, I think it's time to unveil some winners. So why don't we do this? Melanie, I think you have an envelope that may need some opening. So this is for our runner-up.
Yes, so this is going to be for the second place winner. Ooh, I don't want to do it that way. I don't want to do the quick reveal.
Second place is $5,000. That's the giant check over there.
Nice.
Yes, so whose name will be on this check? Our second place winner is Crimson Medical.
Woo!
Yeah.
Great choice.
Do we have Crimson Medical on Zoom?
Hey.
Driving.
Oh no, is this our driver? Uh-oh.
I had to take this in my car, but wow, that's incredible.
Fantastic.
Congratulations.
We'll have to fill that name in right
Yeah,
here.
we're going to fill that name in and
Take that down to the bank.
Absolutely, that's going to be so big for our next steps, and will get us a long way. So I really appreciate that, and such an honor to have been selected.
Crimson Medical, eliminating medication errors in hospitals. Congratulations. All right, now that we have that settled, David, I think it's time to announce the winner, the grand prize of $25,000 and the chance to participate in your show.
I will tell you, this was one of the most competitive competitions I've seen. It was so close, and there's so many different criteria. So you should be proud of yourself. I'm scared because you may win it all here. But first place goes to Cargo Made Easy, $25,000 plus. You get to be on the 2-minute drill.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
Adam, do we have you on? Are you still breathing?
I barely.
There we go.
Oh man, I don't know what to say. I can only say thank you so much for the opportunity, and everybody from Trailhead and all the investors that have been able to get everyone to this point, and for your time. I appreciate it so much.
Congratulations.
You don't remember, but I judged you last spring too, and you were my #1, so that's awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot.
I'm going to have to be unbiased when I see you on the show, though, so I'll have to forget that pitch because it was so good.
Will do. I'll give you my best.
We've all tried to ratchet those things on our trailers in the past.
Yeah, but once you see the infomercial, it's just going to all come rushing back.
That's right.
I mean, you're meant for QVC, for sure.
Guys, I'm struggling back here just a little bit because I think I found something.
What is this?
Oh,
no. I think there's
No.
another check in
Another
here.
check?
There is another check.
I thought there were only 2.
There was supposed to be only 2. I'm going to go broke if there's another check. That cannot
Well, let's
happen.
spin it around and see.
All right. So, what does it say? Ooh. Another runner-up. Is this a typo? Do we need to go back to the printer?
I think you may have had such a great competition.
Another
you were forced to
$5,000
add
check?
one more.
Another $5,000?
Another
I'm
winner.
really horrible at pretending.
And you know what? Tim? There's an envelope behind my back.
Oh no!
Well, as you open that, before you open that envelope, let me just say, this year's competition was indeed very tight. We're not making this up. We had a tie for second place. So instead of deliberating, because that would have been impossible anyways with the 7 judges, we decided to write another $5,000 check to the second place tie. Andy?
And the other winner is, and I've got to tell you, that this one really gets at the heartstrings because this is a company that has a real purpose behind their mission. And so our other second place winner with an award check of $5,000 is Maggie.
Woo!
There we go. Do we have
Maggie?
Do we have
Congratulations, Maggie.
Not.
Maggie is not. All right.
That's okay.
After she
She'll
heard
be
the other
very
award, she
surprised.
hung up. She was like, "I'm good. I'm out of
Maybe
here."
there's another piece of paper in that envelope for someone else. Just kidding.
I don't
Just
find any others. It is Maggie, and we'll let her know and tell her that she did a great job. And it's a great mission for her as well.
Adam, are we going to have the pleasure of hosting you here in person? You're going to come by tomorrow and pick up this check?
Oh, you sure will. You can count on that.
All right. And you'll have a chance to meet David Meltzer and maybe get some pointers on the 2-minute
I am
drill.
looking forward to it.
That's awesome. Bring your pickup truck. It's a big check.
Make sure you bring some straps. So you can hold it down.
Strap it down.
So guys, in total, we just gave away $35,000. Yeah, $35,000.
Just like that.
Just like that.
So last year we gave away $25,000, so we upped it by 10. And we couldn't have done that without the generous support of our sponsors. They really stepped it up this year. We had to shrink the overall scope of Boise Entrepreneur Week down because of our hybrid format. So we decided to double down on the pitch competitions and just give away as much money to early stage entrepreneurs as possible. So here we are. I really want to thank the judges for the time they put in. David, I want to thank you for flying down to Boise.
I'll be here often. This is a great environment with great entrepreneurs.
So you actually have an hour tomorrow, right? You're hosting an hour right after the Investors Choice Conference at Jump, right?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who should come and what can they expect?
I think, anyone that's an innovator or an entrepreneur, and I think you need to distinguish, especially in a startup, what you are, because I see a lot of innovators thinking they're entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs thinking they can innovate. So it's going to be a great opportunity to get advice, network, get exposure and awareness to your own businesses, but also, I believe in asking for help. So it's a great opportunity to ask for help within the community from the leaders in the community to meet them and see exactly what you have going on. So, I'm trying to provide a platform for people to come share their ideas, their innovations, their struggles, and ask for help.
I need help, so I'm going to come see you.
I know.
There we go.
Best piece of advice I can give.
Andy, you're pretty active in the local investment scene. I know you were Stage.0, you have Scoggin Capital Investments. Seeing these early stage seeds, what kind of future thoughts do you have, knowing that this is the next generation of startups and entrepreneurs here in Boise and in Greater Idaho?
Well, one of the things I love about this week is that it showcases stuff that I came here 29 years ago from the Bay Area, grew up in the East Coast. Nobody 29 years ago would have thought of Boise as the place to come to start a business. It just wasn't on anybody's radar. There were still really great, people starting businesses here in the Intermountain West, and we go back to the Simplots and the Microns and the Albertsons and a lot of solid companies and Hewlett-Packard came here and built a great place. But then there was a time period where we're saying, is that done? Is that never going to happen again in Boise? And the last 6, 7, 8 years have really put an exclamation point on, no, we're not done. We're getting started again. And Entrepreneur Week is a huge showcase and energy builder for that, because we want people to see these kind of businesses that are growing here that you're not going to see them until somebody gives them a stage to stand up on. and gives them a chance to tell their story and gives them a chance to maybe win a little bit of funding to take this thing to the next step. And those are going to come back to Boise, the Treasure Valley, Idaho in general. And Scoggin Capital Investment is almost purely focused on Idaho investments. Stage.0, our venture capital firm, is purely, this fund, our Fund 2, is purely focused on Idaho companies. We believe that Idaho's time has come, and that there's so much excitement there. I think Inc. magazine, was it, that just called us number 5 search city in the United States. We went from not even on the list to number 5 right away. One step above my old city, San Francisco, I believe, already. The energy's here, but it's here for a lot of reasons. Melanie and her firm, David coming and seeing us from outside, and so many others that are behind the scenes, mentoring, funding, and giving life and hope to people, because it's tough being an entrepreneur. It's a long, hard road, and there are times when every entrepreneur says, "Is this the end?" And those who don't, and I bet your books say this, those who don't give up end up seeing phenomenal success, and we're going to continue to see it here. It's just growing. It's building. The energy's here. Funding's starting to come. People believe in local entrepreneurs. People who have ideas are willing to come resettle here. People can work from home. I can work for a Seattle company and be here, et cetera. All of that's opening up vistas that we never even thought were possible.
Speaking of Melanie's firm, so as the presenting sponsor, I know Perkins Coie does a lot of work for early stage entrepreneurs. I know you guys have the Percolator, you support Trailhead. From what you saw, what does that give you in terms of hope for the next generation of entrepreneurs, Melanie?
It gives me a lot of hope, because one of the things that I kind of mentioned earlier is when I first started, I've been in Boise. I've been practicing law for, I probably shouldn't age myself. I've been practicing for a few rings around the tree, and I've been in Boise for 21 years now. And one of the things that I really appreciate is that the entrepreneurs are coming smarter. Like they're doing their work, right? They're doing their homework before they get here. And when a lot of times, in my position as a lawyer helping these companies, most of the time they fail on execution. Like, these companies aren't failing because they have bad ideation or because they don't have a great, product or service to offer the world. A lot of times they fail on execution, just footfalls that they make along the way. And, I'm starting to see less of that. They're coming to my office a little bit smarter, a little bit more educated. They're starting to talk to the right people. When I say educated, I don't mean education. I mean, like, go talk to mentors, right? Go talk to your network. Go talk to folks who've been there before, who have done that or doing it. Collaborate with, other founders that are in like situations. I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about Trailhead is, we're creating this safe space where people can collaborate and talk about these things. I mean, it's, to Andy, to your point, like, when you're an entrepreneur, it's hard. It's lonely. You're not making money. People may or may not want to talk to you, depending on where you are in your life cycle, right? There's that first part where people are like, you just want my money. You know what I mean? And it's really hard. So anyways, I guess to answer your question, like, a lot of folks will look at like a Perkins Coie and they'll say, oh, you're big law, you don't care. And, my response to them is, we incorporated Boeing, we incorporated Amazon. Of course we care, right? Like, we have seen companies like that go through their entire life cycle and be loyal to us and us be loyal to them. Like, we love this stuff, right? We love, because we're not the entrepreneur, right? So we can vicariously live through our clients and hope that we can play a role in their success and that they will be successful, and then all boats will rise. And I think, to your point, Andy, success begets success. So I'm excited to be part of this next wave because I think it's coming.
Very cool. Speaking of the next wave, it seems like we have Jenny on from Maggie.
Oh, excellent.
Jenny, can you hear us?
I can. So sorry, guys. I somehow missed the link. And in the midst of all of the tears and excitement, was like trying to fidget through the phone. So exciting. Thank you all.
We've got a big check for you right here.
It looks very large. I don't know if it'll fit my purse.
You might have to buy a new purse then.
Yeah. You can't go through the drive-through. It won't fit in the little thing.
So I'm glad you still heard it. You missed the link, so you couldn't join us on Zoom, but you were watching us live on YouTube then.
Oh, I was watching with like a watch crew. So lots of texts and group chats floating around in the background. But like, yeah, we've got a crew sitting around the country watching other people from women in sales community. So big thanks to everyone who's been a big support on this, and to you guys. Like, this means a lot, not just for me, but for a lot of women like me. So thank you all so much for that.
I think what I love about your pitch as I watched it was it's two things that are combined that really make for a great company. One is a mission, a purpose beyond just the profit, but it's also a business as a business model that will be sustainable. So you do those two, and you do them well, and I think you will. You've got a long good road ahead of you.
Well, congratulations. Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to Maggie, congratulations to Crimson Medical, and congratulations to the winner, Cargo Made Easy. Adam Stock, who would have thought, winner from the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge, still in college, getting his mechanical engineering degree, took the grand prize today. Congratulations. And with that, I think we ran way out of time because we just had so much excitement and an extra check. So I'm not going to apologize for that. So coming up next, we have a fireside chat with Ian Harris. He interviewed the CEO and founder of Fitted, Monty Kelleher. But first, a word from our sponsors.
There's the high road and the low road. And if you're a lawyer at Holly Troxley, you better take the high road.
We have 24 practice groups with 75 lawyers.
The number of people and the breadth of practice allows us to be a full-service law firm to meet clients' needs.
The client's gain in hiring Holly Troxell is a deep understanding of the law, a deep understanding of the process and the players.
We like being the person that they pick up the phone and we're the first person they think to call.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Boise Entrepreneur Week 2021. My name is Ian Harris, CEO of Vinyl, and today's conversation is going to be about lessons learned while fundraising. To join me in this conversation, I'm really excited to welcome Monty Keeler from Fitted, who's the founder and CEO there, to talk about some of the things that he's learned, talk about some of his journey as a startup founder, and hopefully impart some great lessons to all of you who are watching today. Welcome. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, really excited to be here and chat with y'all.
Awesome. Well, why don't we start with a really tough question, which is tell us about Fitted. What is Fitted? What do you guys do?
Yeah, I'll tell you that right now. That is by far the toughest question. At the highest level, we're a universal B2B platform for retailers and wholesalers. So think of, PayPal, Venmo. It's a single platform where everyone's on, and that's what makes it so successful. You can instantly connect with your peers. It's peer-to-peer business. We're taking that same concept to the business side of, things of saying, why isn't there a single platform which all retailers and all brands, right, are on, and they can instantly connect both for orders, fulfillment, visibility, payments, and it all happens across our platform, which is pretty neat. And not only do we connect, in the traditional sense, retailers to brands, right, wholesaler to retailer, but kind of taking this whole new thought process and saying, why don't we connect retailer to retailer from an inventory and purchasing capabilities?
It's awesome. And how did you, come up with this idea? I think one of the things that people think about, the epiphany. Tell me a little bit about your background. What led you to this idea and to what you're doing at Fitted?
Yeah. So about 11 years ago, a little over 11 years, dear Lord, I started a run specialty store. So, a small local specialty shop in retail. We have 3 locations now throughout the Bay Area, San Francisco. And during that time, it's basically learning from failure, right? I mean, there were so many things you run into as a local or a small business, so many constraints, when it comes to cash or resources. And so I wanted to build, a solution for myself in a lot of different ways, both connecting with, consumers better, but also being able to have the, if I can create that connection with a consumer, I need to have the resources behind me, between brands and myself and just operationally. And it's very hard to do that as a small business. And so I wanted to create a solution for myself. And then I realized, wow, this is cool. Why not give it to the entire, running store community? And then we realized it was not just a specific industry problem. It's a retail problem, right? And so being able to bring world-class resources that usually the big boys, get, we're able to bring it to any great retailer out there, big or small. It's like level the playing field, and raise the tide. So
you're a small business owner, you're running specialty shop, you see problems, you decide that you're going to start innovating a solution that'll work for you. And you realize that, hey, there could be a business here doing something like this for more run specialty stores, and then for more stores beyond that, that are, in different verticals, different markets, other things. And so from there, you made one phone call, walked into a VC's office in Silicon Valley, and they wrote you a multi-million-dollar check, right?
I didn't even have to make the call. They read my mind. They dropped off a check at my doorstep.
Yeah, exactly.
Now,
right. So how did that happen? Tell
yeah. So to be clear, I just talk a lot. I've got two brilliant co-founders. They're the technical side of the things. I just talk, and they say, okay, that's possible or that's not. And usually it's no, that's not possible, right? So anyways, we kind of built this out. We went to, being actually in the heart at the time of Silicon Valley, right? We went to a lot of VCs. We really didn't kind of know what we're doing. We're pitching and nothing. I mean, they're too early, don't tell. And it's one of those things when especially when you just begin, you pitch one thing and then that doesn't work and they give you some advice and then you change it and you keep on changing your pitch. And all of a sudden you wake up and you're like, what even story am I telling? Am I just trying to tell a story to get some dollars? Because that's not what we're trying to do here. So we actually ended up, getting told no by a bunch, right? Or do this or change that. And then we weren't even doing what we planned on doing. And we took a little bit of money, tiny, almost like kind of the friends and family, type deal, and bootstrapped it ourselves. COVID hit, and we were talking to some investors prior to COVID. COVID hit, y'all, and our business blew up. But at the same time, the world and, to everyone at that March, is caving in, right? So we're like, okay, we've got X amount of dollars in the bank. And we're just going to bootstrap it ourselves, and let's just hang on for dear life and help as many retailers as we can. And it's one of those things like all of a sudden one of the investors reached out via an email just saying, hey, just wanted to check in. And it was like, hey, here's our ARR. And they're like, what are you guys doing? Like, here's a check, basically. Right. I mean, let's get back to it, right? So we actually ended up doing that unexpectedly to a certain degree when we were like, holy crap, our wives are going to divorce us because we're going to put all of our money into this company, in the middle of COVID. And we did. And anyway, so we raised some money in a series or a pre-seed, we raised, I think it was about 1.2.
You started the company, you went out to try to raise, you got doors slammed in your face. People were like, actually, you should sell soup. E-commerce is so yesterday. What you guys should be doing is security, right? And then you became a security company, and then you became a restaurant that sold soup.
Yeah,
and then you realized that maybe there was really something there in the e-commerce space. So then you started bootstrapping the thing. You raised a small friends and family round. That took you how long? How long did the friends and family round?
We had been. I'd been hitting the when I call it friends and family, I'd been hitting those guys pretty hard, constantly every week, just telling them what we're doing, telling them where we're going, right? And so that I was probably talking to them for a couple months, but when it came down to crunch time, it was probably 2 months, worth of and again, we raised 200,000. It was
2 months. $200,000
right.
from people you knew, right?
Yep. So, and then we went 8 months until that next round, and that's when we raised 1.2.
And full disclosure, I should say that that I was on the other side of the table seeing your pitches and whatever else. We were one of the people who invested in that second round
in that
there.
early round.
And in the third round actually after that. So it was interesting to see your progress and trajectory there. All right. So you raised that second round, just over $1 million. What was that like? Who were the investors that you were targeting there? Who were you talking to?
Yeah. So what was neat? Yeah. So one of our earliest investors in the quote friends and family, he was actually, he had his own investment fund, but he was at the time, I don't know if I want to bring you to my buddies, right? I'll give you a little money, but I don't know if I want to introduce you to the big guys. So, when we were doing this round, our official pre-seed, then he did introduce us to that, right? And it was great. We also really wanted to. We had moved to we started in the Bay Area, right, in San Francisco, San Mateo area, and then we moved out here in December to really January 2020, right before COVID hit, right? And so we moved our business out here, and I'm a local guy at my heart, right? Like that's what we're trying to build. We're trying to build more local community, right, through retail. So when we got here and when we were doing our raise, it was like, we need to talk to local investors because we've got our VCs out in the Bay Area, but we really want to raise as much money locally as possible. So we started with Trailhead, right? I reached out to TM. That's when he connected me to you guys, Nick and yourself, right? The Capital 11 guys have been incredible. And then we started the talks with a lot of angels, that had exits, Mike Bourne at Clearwater, Brad Muskirchin at Count, Matt Rissell, of course, T-Sheets, Faisal Shah, Aptitex, and so forth. So we kind of built those connections and Trolley House and got them interested. Some participated, like your guys selves, in that early round, couple of 11 guys, but we wanted to be as local as possible. So that's where we got, and then some larger individuals in California that did kind of the Netflix, the Uber, the Chegs. They were our lead for that first round.
Awesome. Yeah, I think there's a really important thing there that you mentioned. First with obviously friends and family, you're going to people that right? But even when you start pivoting toward, okay, let's go to that next level of sort of angel investor or small funds and whatever else. I think it's really important to approach people in your community, people who to build on credibility, right? To find ways of getting introductions from others who are also credible, so that people will give you a real serious look. Yeah. I think a lot of times, people think to themselves, well, gosh, how can I even, do I just cold call these people? Like, how do I get a meeting with these folks, whatever else? You were relatively new, to the Boise area at that point. How did you do that? How did you make yourself a known quantity where people were willing to take a meeting with you? Or did you just cold call people?
There was a lot of cold calling, to be honest. But again, we went to Trailhead. We went to TM and said, who's who? Who can we talk to? And then he introduced us to Trolley House, right? And though Trolley House didn't participate in that first round, they connected us with the Capital 11, right? Like they connected us and even just got our name into their network, if that makes sense. So when we ended up doing our, TM connected us with Nick and yourself and Vinyl, right? But when we did do our actual seed round, Trolley already knew all about us. Mike Bourne knew all about us. Faisal Shah knew all about us. Matt Rissell knew about us, right? Theoretically, I'm probably playing this up, but it is so important.
They're watching right now and they're like, I didn't know.
Yeah, dude, I didn't even invest in these guys. What? I think you absolutely should cold call, but you're probably going to get, I did that in California. I mean, you're going to get a meeting if you're lucky. Right. But they're usually not listening or it's not to get, you have to find that relationship and build on a relationship. Point,
right.
Yep. And then
Trailhead, which is great.
Yep. And they were trusted, right? Like, so that when I did meet with John Hale at, over at Trolley, it wasn't just him doing TM a favor. It was like, well, TM wouldn't send someone that he didn't think was
worth looking at, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, I want to talk about another subject here, which is a little tactical. So sometimes when people think about fundraising, I think they conflate it with pitching, right? Like pitching and fundraising are the same thing. And, pitching is certainly a piece of it. There's a comedy routine that I think about often when I think about the pitch. And, I think years ago, I think it was Chris Rock, and he says, he's talking about when you first start dating somebody and you go on that first date, right? You're not actually meeting that person, right? What you're meeting is their representative, right? You're meeting like the representative of them, what they want you to think they're really like, but you're not really seeing what they're like. And I feel that way about pitching. Now that I'm sometimes on the other side of the table receiving pitches from entrepreneurs, sometimes you meet somebody and you're like, wow, this person's really real. I really believe in what they're telling me, whatever else. And sometimes you're like, man, they have been overcoached. I have no idea if I believe this whatsoever. So can you talk to us about, from the early stage now to maybe the last round of, several $1 million that you raised, how has your pitch changed? How do you approach that process?
Yeah. So I think it's natural when you're first getting into it, or you're approaching a new milestone, it is a pitch, right? I mean, you are very tactical. You've thought through it. You've practiced it. You kind of know the ping points. I mean, again, you're selling something, right? But I feel like in the beginning, you're so focused on the sale rather than when you're fundraising. There does need to be relationship. These people are giving you money, and no offense, y'all. At the end of the day, they gave you money. They're going to expect something a lot of the time, right? And that means if you're just pitch, telling them what they want to hear, and they hand you money, and then you're like, hey, but we're really focused on this, or hey, this is who we really are, and blah, blah, blah. Even if it's great, you're going to have some problems, right? And so trying to, if it's even, you quote pitch or sell it the first time, but then you do need to start being what I found myself, right? I want them to know, like, sometimes I'm going to swear, and, I need to see their reaction, because guys, every VC, has money, right? I mean, you wouldn't be talking to them otherwise. It's them having a connection to you, ideally not your pitch. It's they have a connection to either you or your company or your team, right? Like, that's what's truly going to make the difference between pitching and successfully fundraising, in my mind. And all of our, all of our investors, they're fairly hands off, because that's been talked about, right? I said, look, we're going to the moon. We're going 1,000 miles per hour. We'd love you to be a part of that, right? Most people are going to say, okay, cool. I'm not going to get in the way a ton of times, right? But they also know what they're getting in for, right? So
I can remember seeing your pitch, right? And I think, just using you as an example, when folks pitch to me, I want to see that they've thought it through, right? I obviously want to see that they've gone through and thought about their business in a structured way. I want to see that they have a handle on what the most important, levers to pull are. They have some idea of how they're going to go get customers. They know what their market looks like. They understand who their customers are, right? I want to sort of understand those things. The biggest thing for me is that I want to make sure that the founders, right, the entrepreneurs, people who are actually going to build the business, understand their business, right? And one of the things that really stood out when we met you was that you really understand your business, right? Like you've run the types of businesses that your customers were running. You were still running a business like that. Right. You really had an understanding of it. And so one of the things that I really like is that you knew your business better than I knew your business, right? And I think that's probably mostly the case, right? A good entrepreneur will know their business better than the investor will. But also, right, even though you're in that position, you have to be open to feedback. You have to be open to learning, right? And so, as an investor, right, you start, asking questions, you start pushing back. You want to see how that entrepreneur responds. Are they open to these ideas? Have they considered them? How do they respond to them? And I think that that's a really important thing. You're not looking for just a yes all the time, right? If I told you, oh, I think you're completely wrong about that, partly I want to see how you respond, right? I don't necessarily want you to say, yep, you're actually absolutely right. I'm just going to do it your way. I have to check now, right? You want people to have some conviction. And so how do you balance that as an entrepreneur, when you're in the meeting, right? Obviously you want the money, you want to close the sale. The investor starts giving you feedback, telling you what to do. You have to be open, you want to learn from them. They might be right. But how do you balance sort of getting all of that feedback with, maintaining your vision for the company and at North Star?
Yeah, I mean, okay, so there's a lot there, but I think just what you ended on, understanding and sticking to your North Star and truly feeling it, like understanding it in and out, right, is so important, because theoretically, if you have the right investor in front of you, they are going to ask those hard questions that most people would never want them to ask you. And as one of the founder, right, you should be dying for that question, because that question is what kills it for you, right? Like, they ask you a question that should, in their mind, like stump you, or you kind of stumble over it, and you get so jacked up that question is, because all you're doing is like, you're just playing tennis and you're murdering it, right? So if they're asking you questions that you can't answer, y'all, you probably need to go back to the drawing board, or you need to start thinking about it, right? And the way is answering that, right? And you're going to also learn every single time you answer those questions. You're going to learn more about your business, right? At the same time. So I think it's been so fantastic, the investors that we have, and even the pitches that we've gone through. Those questions make you so much better, right? It makes you think about your business. It usually is what's going to get you your money at the end of the day, right? No pitch. I'm sorry. Maybe Airbnb or something like that has made a pitch. Someone writes a check without asking many questions. But like you said, that's the stories, the fairy tales that we hear, right? It's really, you're going to nail it because they are trying to tear you apart, and you are just so jacked up that they're coming at you, right? Because
I want to see how you respond to it.
Yeah.
That's when the pitch really starts for me. It's like, okay, you finished the deck. I've seen the hockey stick, right? I get that you're going to have explosive growth and that your market is huge. Now let's see how you respond to some of these other questions, right? Curveballs and other things.
Yeah, and that's what I can't stand. I mean, now that we're kind of going into our next, our Series A, and we're getting with more just larger VCs. Y'all, why do I even have to show you the deck? Sure. Can I go to the person that came to you last time and I'll just show you some hockey sticks, but let's have a conversation, right? Like, y'all, all decks are the same, right? Like, that's what drives me nuts. Here's my margins. Here's my growth. Triple, double. Yeah. Okay, cool, dude. I'll tell you that.
You got to check the boxes, right?
I know, but I hate checking boxes. I don't care. Right? I know. So you've got to find the balance, but you are going to learn so much by the questions you get also, guys. If you're talking to an investor that's literally just trying to destroy you, why? You don't want them as your partner. Right. I have had some of those where it's like, oh, you're just being a jerk, right? Just to trying to show that you're smarter. And those are the ones that you just got to, that's when you start saying yes. That's when you do start saying, okay, yeah, for sure, right? And you get out of the room as soon as possible, because at the end of the day, you want someone that's constantly trying to challenge you, but respects the hell out of what you're doing. That's the key, right? And you respect them just as much that, oh my gosh, you're right. Like, yeah, right? There's got to be that respect that goes both ways, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you need to make sure you have investors that get it. And so how do you do that? I mean, look, it's competitive. Yeah. People want to raise money. It's easy to say yes if someone is offering you money, right? Even if they have conditions. How do you think about the investors? I mean, I think in interviews in general, I think one thing that people need to remember is that those interviews are going both ways, right? When you're an investor, they're trying to interview you. They're trying to find out if they want to invest in you, but you should be trying to figure out, do I want to be attached to this company, to these people for the next however many years, right? To offer me. How do you think about that? Especially now in the later stages,
Yeah.
In the early stage, maybe you take the money you can get if you really need it, right?
Absolutely.
A little more. I mean, obviously you don't want to take bad money. I mean, somebody who's really toxic or something, or has ridiculous conditions. But, as you get further along, right? How do you think about fit with an investor?
So I'll preface it with, It matters how desperate we are, right? If we go out and we start telling our story, which I don't think is gonna be a problem, but and no one invests, I'm going to tell you something different, right? And sorry, I'm not going to tell my story different. I'm saying I'm going to tell this podcast would go differently, right? Like, because we have been where we're like, oh my gosh, like, why is no one investing in us? We see this huge vision, right? And
sometimes you might have to take a less than perfect deal in order to move forward.
But I would rather take the key is the conditions, right? To be honest, right? Like, how involved are they? For us, in some cases, you'd rather give away a little bit more equity for less involvement because you're like, we know what we're doing. Don't mess up, right? Or vice versa, right? Hey, they're giving us more involvement. We're going to give away less equity because we really like these guys. As we go forward, and I think as you raise more, having at least people with connections that can help you, right? Like, I'm not going to be really excited about a restaurant, specialized VC investing in Fitted. That brings no value to us, right? Y'all, we know we're going to be successful. Everyone on this call knows they're going to, or, we believe we're going to be successful, right? And we're going to make whatever person gives us money stupid amounts, right? But at the end of the day, we're not doing it for that. None of us are, right? Entrepreneurs are doing it for something else, right? And so you want like-minded VCs that play in your space, whether that's SaaS, whether that's retail, whether that's restaurants, right? That can bring some value, because I will say it has been so incredible with our lead VC has brought to the table one of our investors became our independent board member, right? And Brad was Scourgeon accounts. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, what a career he's had and what's value he brings and connections. Again, even Vinyl, the connections is such an important piece. So you should, even though we are all desperate a lot of times for the money, like, the questions should always be like, what space do you play in? All that kind of thing. Where do you guys bring your value? I think that's super important to ask. And then to make a decision based on your business.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. Absolutely. And, if you have options, right?
Yeah.
Be more picky.
Yeah. We're still, we don't get too cocky. That'd be really nice. When you hear about these companies, they're like, yes, every VC came to us and we got to choose. It's like, screw you.
Right.
So.
I love it. Awesome. Okay. So if you had if you could think of like one or two like major pieces of advice, like, if the people watching here, if they're about to embark on a fundraising journey, or if they're going from, a friends and family round to a seed round, or if they're going from a seed round to an A round, if you had one or two just core pieces of advice that you could leave them with, what would those be?
Yeah, I think sounds super corny, but make sure your guiding light in and out. Y'all, a great business, in my opinion, is going to pivot, is going to cut corners, is going to zig and zag, but it's always going towards something, right? And if that's what you're telling when you're pitching or fundraising anything, you're telling that northern light. No one gets, DoorDash didn't get money by saying, hey, guess what? I myself, when I get an order, I'm going to go deliver it, right? They said, hey, guess what? This platform, and boom, anyone can order from anyone to order it. And, so no matter how you get there, what you're telling the story of is where you're going. And that is so important to feel inside you, because people feed off that. Like, they're going to feed off that. And from there, you're going to be able, you'll also, if you feel it, when you're raising money and you're talking to investors, no matter what size, you're going to be taking that so personally that you're going to connect. Does that make sense? Like, the connection is so important. Either it's going to be an investor that says, look, I don't know what the hell you're doing, but I love the passion. I love the vigor. Here's some money. I'm good. I'll sit back. Or it's like, I share the same passion. Let's do this. Or even better, someone's like, y'all, I don't get you. Or they're trying to change what you're doing. And right away, it's so important to know just what doesn't fit as much. So I think it's,
know your North Star and evaluate those investors as well based on whether they get it or not. Right.
Yep. Because that North Star should be your biggest story. That's what's going to get you
help you and try to completely change you, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
because everyone will try to tell you how to do things, but if you're showing enough passion, then you can do it at least together with the right investors.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming today and for sharing your story and your insights and the things that you've learned. Obviously, good luck going into the next round. Hopefully, we can bring you back in a year and you can tell the story of the big A round as well.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have no hair and be crying, but yeah, no, absolutely. And you know, I'm sure Vine will be a part of it. You guys have been fantastic investors, so I definitely recommend people reach out to y'all too, because it's been a great partnership.
Awesome. You hear that? That's an important plug there. So awesome. Well, thank you, Monty. I really appreciate you being here with me and sharing all that with everybody. And I hope everybody has a wonderful Boise Entrepreneur Week.
Hi, and welcome back, Boise Entrepreneur Week. Really excited today to be sitting down with Megan Lacey, one of the co-founders of Lumini. While we've had a jam-packed day full of pitch competitions and fireside chats, wanted to get a chance to sit down with Megan as our last session of the day. So Megan, I got to start by saying you've had a long history with us.
Yeah.
So Lumini was the 2018 pitch competition winner.
Yeah.
And then last year we sat down and did a fireside chat with you, which you can see on our YouTube channel, and talking about kind of the war story of going through all those rounds of pitching that you guys went through after 2018's BEW. So, really just want to check in with you, a pandemic has happened again, since then, what's been going on at Lumini?
Yeah. Well, I guess a lot has happened since last year when we last talked. Just, I guess, a quick reminder is that, just for everybody that didn't see that talk, is that we build through-wall sensors for first responders. So basically of a handheld device that senses where people are on the other side of structures for disaster response. Mm-hmm. And we've had a really good year. The first bit of the pandemic was really hard. I think people trying to transition into remote work and kind of what did the future look like. But I think we were able to really pivot well. We started doing remote through-wall sensing demos, which sounds kind of crazy. It requires a lot of camera work. We probably could have used your guys' help because we were using cell phones and stuff. But we were able to kind of do remote work, and then we were able to really transition back into what we're used to doing, working with our customers directly this past spring, and actually got some pretty big contracts with the Department of Homeland Security and some other pretty big organizations, and those have really propelled us forward over the last few months, and we've been able to even hire some new employees, which has been really exciting.
That is really exciting. So describe to me a little bit, what does the device look like? How does it actually interact? Because full disclosure, I've seen it, right?
Yeah.
But tell me a little bit, just so our viewers kind of understand what you're actually selling.
Yeah, so you can basically think of it as an oversized cell phone case.
Okay.
So it's basically a smartphone that's inserted to this oversized cell phone case, and then the Lumini app is actually what shows you where people are inside of the structure, and that's how you control the radar device.
Yeah, and this is primarily used for emergency situations.
Yeah.
And so give me the typical user case or use case that an entity would need a device like this.
Yeah, so it really varies depending on which type of first responder, but we're seeing a lot now of search and rescue. So especially after the Florida condo collapse, there's been a lot of focus on basically how can we sense people through rubble during disasters. So that's something that you can use the device for. Also, we're now working with firefighters. So how can you use the device to sense into a burning building to find people in closets or hidden bedrooms? And then for other first responders, you can also use the technology for welfare checks. And then we've also had it used for situations like barricaded subjects and things like that. Yeah.
Well, and especially in those kind of situations, being able to understand where people are in a structure, it's a huge deal. I mean, any first responder wouldn't have to feel blind walking into a situation because you would know where either someone you need to help or a potential threat could be.
Exactly. Just having more situational awareness before you enter the structure is better for the people inside of the structure and for the people that are outside the structure. So that's really what we focus on.
Yeah. I mean, it's super exciting. I've seen so many iterations of your product, even starting back in 2018 as a really rough prototype when you guys were pitching when you won. And you guys actually pitched in 2017's pitch competition as well. So when I say Lumini's had a long history with Boise Entrepreneur Week, I mean, really OG is what we're really trying to say.
And we showed you cardboard in 2017.
We saw cardboard prototypes. You heard it here first. You can come pitch at Entrepreneur Week with cardboard prototypes, and now you can be Megan Lacey. So I guess talk to me a little bit about what that experience was like, you know, going back of kind of pitching in 2017, not making it through the finals, and then coming back and winning in 2018. Now, you guys haven't had to go do like big cycles of fundraising. And so, you know, talk to me about that path a little bit, because I think it's important for people to understand that there's a few different ways that you can go about building your company, and especially as it comes to fundraising.
Yeah. And I think the premise of fundraising and kind of the core of it is telling your story.
Right.
And I think that telling your story is important regardless of if you're going after really big VC money or if you're just going after a new customer. Understanding how to explain your product very simply, I mean, especially for us, because through-wall sensing is nothing but complex.
Right.
So really being able to understand how your product works so well that you can explain it to someone that doesn't have any background on it, I think is valuable when you're going to a new customer base, when you're maybe, for us, applying to a government contract, when you're going to pitch to an investor. I just think it's a really valuable skill to have. And it also helps you kind of figure out where your gaps of knowledge are yourself on your own product.
Well, and pitching's in a lot of ways a way to get feedback too, right? It's a way to kind of test, like, is this resonating with investors? It's also teaching you how to test that with potential customers as well, to talk through all the, you know, the various different ways that you need to tell that story to different audiences to get it right. So another really exciting part about your guys' journey was after the 2018 pitch competition win, you then went on and went to San Francisco. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
Yeah, so we went, we were in the Y Combinator summer 2019 batch, which was awesome. We were the last fully in-person batch, so I'm glad we went through when we did.
You missed each one of these waves, right? Or I shouldn't say missed. You got each one of these waves at the right time.
So we were happy to be in person and be able to go to San Francisco, and I think that was a really good experience for us. We were able to meet a ton of other founders. I mean, we've met a lot in Boise, but I mean, you're just putting a cohort with a bunch of founders in the exact kind of same stage that you're in.
Yeah, they're all kind of around you too. So it's a great opportunity to network with people who are having the same, trying to solve very similar types of problems that you're trying to solve.
Exactly. Because whatever your company is, a lot of the problems are the same when you're getting started. You know, we all kind of have to learn the same lessons. And so I think it was really awesome to have that group. And then I think, again, we got really good at telling our story in an even shorter format, because at the end of Y Combinator, we had, I think, 2 minutes to pitch through wall sensing, and that is really hard. So I think it really honed in like what our core, like we would talk about core vertebrae in Y Combinator. And so just what are your core kind of things about your product that you want people to remember?
Well, and this year we just made all of our pitch competition participants do the whole pitch in 2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they.
I didn't realize that.
It was because you guys got 10 minutes when you did yours.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
You know, you got it easy, honestly.
It's harder. The less time you have,
it's much harder.
Yes, the harder it is.
Yeah, part of the reason I personally love like elevator pitches is because you have to practice that. Any entrepreneur should figure out a way to hone in on your elevator pitch, which is usually like a minute, minute and a half. Because if you can get people nodding their head in that quick of an opportunity, then you know you have the right words and you're saying the right things to tell your story and get your idea out there. So, you know, part of the reason we keep bringing you back every year is because a lot of companies going off to Y Combinator, going off to Techstars, accelerators, you know, the thing that we want all of them to do is to come back to Boise. And so we're very excited that you guys went off and had these great experiences. You did have some other kind of competitions you participated in and raised some other money. So why Boise? Why did you come back to Boise?
Yeah, we all love Boise. I mean, a lot. So both my co-founders are from Boise. So, but I've fallen in love with Boise. I love the blend of the city and being able to be in the city, but then also being able to still get this great outdoor access. I'm a really avid runner, so The trails are very important to me, the Boise trails. And I think the ecosystem is just really awesome. I think sometimes you can kind of get lost in the shuffle in a really big city. And, you know, I think it's nice that like we have this community of entrepreneurs in the area and we all kind of know each other and we see each other regularly. And, you know, it doesn't take 60 minutes to drive to each other or something. So I think it's really cool.
It's funny because, you know, as that ecosystem has been built out, you're right, it is still like relatively small, but there's something really nice about being able to be like, hey, I just have this weird question, and you know who would know the answer?
Yes.
Megan knows the answer, right?
Yeah.
And so I can just like text message Megan at like 10:30 at night. Probably don't do that. She might be sleeping, and usually I'll get a response, right? Like, what other city can you have that kind of connection with, you know, an ecosystem? There's so much willingness here to help out, especially early stage entrepreneurs. I have always found that Boise, access to anyone is an email away. And I know that that makes a big difference. So I'm glad to hear that that's a big reason why that you guys have come back and stayed.
Yeah.
So, you know, something really excited we were talking about right before we went live here. You guys have started hiring your first employees. Like, tell me about, you know, now growing and that next phase of your company. Tell me about what's going on.
Yeah, so we've kind of entered a new era, I guess, where we are hiring a lot faster than we were in the past. We were a pretty small team for a few years. We had a few employees.
As most startups are?
Yeah, just, you know, like 6 people kind of just chugging along. And then we were at 6 in July, and then now we're about 10. So we're growing pretty quickly. I think it's been really awesome to have more people. It's amazing how much faster you can get your work done when there's more people. And there's actually, I think the biggest thing for us has been having more engineers to focus on the engineering tasks all the time. Because when you have such a small team, people are really, you know, they're being engineers, but also you're doing business development, you're doing admin tasks. And so I think what's been really cool is realizing how much an engineer can get in a day when they actually can focus on engineering.
Or they have to show up and pitch and talk to us live, you know, all these things that you have to focus on. You know, and there's always that kind of change that happens. It's around 10, maybe 15 employees where you really start having to, you know, figure out how to maybe delegate for the first time, right? I mean, that's always one of those things that's kind of that learning curve. So have you guys started bumping up against that?
Yeah, I've had to learn a lot about that. I think, you know, I can't speak to anybody else on the team, but I think we all have, you know, learned it. But I know that for me, it's been a really big learning, because I think when you get into the startup, you're like, I can just do everything myself.
Right.
And
Put
you
on
kind
every
of,
hat.
And you learn how to make it work. So I think that that's been the big thing, is like, maybe I can do this, but is this the best use of my time right now? Is there somebody else on the team that's better at this? Is there someone that has more bandwidth right now? And do I really need to be doing this? And I think that is a really interesting thing that I've been learning a lot recently.
Well, and so much about early stage entrepreneurship, being able to flip through those multiple hats is really important. I think that you learn enough to be dangerous for when you keep growing, that you kind of know how to talk about that. But at the stages you guys are at now, it starts becoming more about specialization, right? So your first hires tend to be experts in the given thing that you need them to work on. You know, you also as founders will start to specialize too. And it sounds like you guys are right in that mode, right? In that mode where you're starting to figure that out. And that's an exciting time. It's a really exciting time in the journey of kind of early stage entrepreneurship. And probably for you guys, the most exciting thing about this is all based on growth. I mean, you closed some contracts. I don't know if you can tell us about the contracts, but you've closed enough contracts now that you're actually having to get these devices to the federal government.
Yeah. I mean, I can't talk a ton about the specifics of them, but we're able to, I mentioned the Department of Homeland Security and really better ruggedizing our device for fire use. And so that's a really big thing that we're focused on right now. And then search and rescue use cases are also, so we're kind of expanding the different use cases that our tech can be used in, and also expanding to kind of new markets that we haven't been working on through these contracts, which is really exciting.
And so when you say ruggedize, are you talking about making the case?
Yeah, you know, first responders are really good at breaking things.
Yeah, shocking.
So not only does the technology have to be good, but the case that it's in has to basically be, you know, fireproof and waterproof and dustproof and shockproof and drop proof and everything. So
Well, Megan, we're going to have to leave it there.
Yeah.
I appreciate you so much. Like I said, Megan and Lumini are OG with Boise Entrepreneur Week, and we love having this conversation with you and checking with you every year because we're really excited and really proud about how the trajectory of Lumini has been going on, and so thankful that you're here and building that company and hiring now. Woo! That's an exciting time. So, for the Boise Entrepreneur community, thanks for tuning in today. We're really excited to keep this momentum going into tomorrow. Tomorrow is another jam-packed day full of events. Certainly want to have you look at the schedule and tune in for Trail Mix, our food product pitch competition. It's a very exciting event where we try and demo as many of these early stage entrepreneurs, and the winner gets $25,000 in shelf space on Albertsons. As well, tomorrow is our only slate of in-person events. And so if you're looking to get some face-to-face time with other attendees and investors and some of these startups, we start at Jump at 1 p.m. in the afternoon for the Investors Choice Conference, and then our block party starts at 6 p.m. tomorrow. So hopefully see you down in person and masked up at Jump tomorrow. Other than that, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow.